what's up, everybody? Let's hang out for a little bit, and then there's this video neighbor Rooney wanted to watch, so we'll have a good look at that. But before that, we'll wait for him to come in. Let's go ahead and watch some other slot. This was from like a month ago, but it might still be interesting. Oh.
This video is sponsored by Surfshark.
Since the documentary came out, there's been a lot of fallout, but we got Myron. He saw the documentary was coming. Myron always got to think he's like 900 IQ. He said, I'm going to expose Netflix.
You ain't going to expose shit.
So what they don't know is I had a video ready to go from before. Because I knew that he was going to go ahead and fucking do some bullshit, and you guys allowed me to utilize the nuke I've been sitting on for several months.
Spend time with your girl, that's gay. Spend time with your boys, the rip away. No, I don't want the women, no.
Because I told them, I'm not doing shit unless you guys remove Angie from the thing. That's what they tell me.
Guys, if you don't want to wear it, there's a guy who stole 10K from me. What happened was, and I actually record this. If you can hear,
This isn't the footage, is it?
He's always been very straightforward with me, and
Oh, what'd you say? I was always been straightforward with her?
you got a happy relationship.
yeah, he's very honest. I have always said that. Myron is somebody in front of the cameras, but behind them is somebody else with me.
What was that? What did she say?
Myron is somebody in front of the cameras, but behind them is somebody else with me.
Behind the cameras, he's what? He's somebody else.
Yeah. But that was a whole
We know.
that was the whole basis, the whole genesis of what happened between us was exactly what we were saying. That's what we were saying.
We know these guys are tricks. We know they pay for pussy. We know Walter pays 15 bands for the girl that he's with so she can be with him so he can buy her bracelets. We know this dude be tricking too. He don't even bang the girl, but he pays her rent, pays all her bills, does all that stuff. We know they tricking. So we know off camera, but we appreciate you, girlfriend.
And I will love him as long as we're together. He's a great person, and
He cut that part out.
He didn't cut that part out.
He did. He didn't include that. He didn't include that. I don't remember him including that. He did include her saying some good things,
Yeah.
but she didn't say this part. So he's pretending like this is some kind of gotcha. That's what he's doing.
he's actually a great man. Like, he's actually a great person. And he has great values, and I love it. I love everything about him.
Guys, remember, this was filmed in March of 2025.
They make the jokes about Rollerblade Rico. Angie was single for like 5-6 months at that point. I found out about that before me because I was done. I was already, it was over.
The lie detector determined that was a lie.
Angie was single for like 5-6 months at that point.
So the UK is the 6th largest economy in the world and the 4th largest that we export to, right? So it's a huge market.
Angie was single for like 5-6 months at that point.
You gotta see this catalog is nice.
Bro, if I'm being 1,000, my girl's better than all you fucking girls. Like, I'm gonna keep 1,000. My girl's better than all y'all. He's married. Look. His girl's holding hands with somebody on a roller thing. Not knowing that, bro, that video was taken when, in August? Nigga, she been single for months.
The lie detector determined that was a lie.
So these are stories from Rollerblade Rico on Instagram, and if you look at the dates, on one day you got her kissing Myron on stream, on the next she with Rollerblade Rico.
Nice.
Bro, if I'm being 1,000, my girl's better than all you fucking girls.
The whole time he's still bigging her up, talking about her, and she's in all this guy's Instagram stories, holding hands, being cute.
She didn't want to be in the fucking documentary because this scumbag reached out to her right before the documentary was released. Hey, Angie, I'm very happy to talk to you through your small appearance in the documentary. However, if you don't want to pass on your cell number, it's worth me clarifying that you appear for just 2 minutes in the 90-minute film. As you chat about in Miami, Myron is just one of 4 main contributors across the documentary, so he is not the sole focus. The film will drop on Netflix on March 11 next week. I know she had told them, guys, I don't want to be in the documentary. So what does he do? He tries to get her number to talk to her. I told her, Angie, don't talk to them.
No documentarian has an obligation not to include someone who's a public figure in their documentary. Just wanted to be clear about that, but let's keep listening because Myron's got more.
I was hoping I wouldn't have to use this footage.
So here we are. 900 IQ Myron. Myron's always the smartest person in the room. You guys ever notice that? He always knew ahead of time. Even when he didn't know, he knew. It's kind of like that situation with Ling Ling. You remember her? He was defending. Oh, yeah, she not an escort. She's from a good Chinese family. I know her. And he did the next life. Are you fucking stupid, fans? Even though the fans were telling him that she a bit shady. What does this guy do? You fucking idiots. Hey, I'm going to expose her. You're not going to be accountable for the fact that you couldn't see what all your fans, no? Even now, he's like, I fucking knew that these guys were shady. Then why did you accept the documentary? If you didn't want your girl in the documentary, why didn't you phone her ahead of time and be like, babe, they're filming things that's probably going to be adversarial or awkward. Louis Theroux's note to main piece like this, stay home. 900 IQ Myron. In the brain of a man with a hair
For a quick second right there, it looked like you were looking in a crystal ball. I don't appreciate it. Don't ever do that shit again.
I'm not gonna lie, the back of your head look ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
Okay?
It's ridiculous.
Every time I see it, I just like,
it's ridiculous.
You know what? Sometimes I be staring not because I want to talk to you, but I'll glance over and I'm like, oh, this is my co-host. And it just takes me a second. You know what I mean?
Yeah. My new name is The Shining.
Ain't no way you guys are still in there. If you're in there, that means that you're not out there using Surfshark VPN. Get out of my fridge. Go enjoy outside. Use Surfshark VPN. Yeah, because you want to travel the world. You don't want to stay there. In order to do that, what you do? You buy a ticket, a plane ticket. You use Surfshark VPN to change your location to save on your fare. And while you're going to be able to enjoy the outside,
and not just the inside of my fridge,
you're going to be able to have a protected Surfshark web browsing experience because it's going to be encrypted. All your information are going to be encrypted because no matter where you are, if you're using unprotected, that sounded weird. If you're using unprotected connections, you might catch diseases on your computer. I mean, Surfshark helps with that. If you want to enjoy the content that you're not able to enjoy because you're at the wrong place at the wrong time, use Surfshark to change the location of where you at, and you're going to be able to enjoy all the programs that you want. Can't enjoy certain shows from certain areas because you're not there? Change your location and your connection's gonna think that you're there. Go to surfshark.com/AbbaandPreach or use promo code AbbaandPreach or click on the link below and enjoy those 4 months extra. Plus all the perks that I told you about. But for that, get out. Click on the link below. You're going to use promo code AbbaandPreach at checkout, or you go to surfshark.com/AbbaandPreach and you're going to be able to enjoy 4 months extra.
Myron's 900 IQ. Y'all got to keep up, okay? So he knew what they were going to do, accepted the documentary, and now he's going to expose them. So let's see the expose. Clearly he cares about her so much because he knew ahead of time and did nothing to protect her.
That's not fair to them. I signed up for it, they didn't. So that's really what it is. I think it's a very reasonable request. And I'm telling them, cut her out. You guys can get content with me. Cut her out, though, for her safety.
I think the danger is that it looks like, in a film where we're documenting the masculinity movement and asking questions about whether it's damaging or abusive, right? Asking questions about how appropriate it is in relation to women, then we can't allow someone, even the appearance of someone, silencing a woman. Like the idea...
Silencing a woman, right?
That's a very valid point. It would be unethical for them, considering the point of this documentary, to not include her segment that she voluntarily gave. You can't participate in a documentary as a public person, and then the partner comes on their behalf and says you can't include her. Well, then they're participating in his controlling of her actions. Now, if she wants to come forward and say something, they can make an assessment at that time. But I think for the public good, it's good to understand the mindset of people, because you have to remember, Myron and her put on a facade. Oh, we're good. I'm gonna have multiple wives, but he's the best fucking husband. I love this bald man, and he's beautiful, and he takes care of me and my bills. He's amazing. And then, by the way,
no expertise, no women, no wife, no wife, no pussy, no love, no women, no wife, no wife.
I just want to say Louis Theroux is completely in the right to not exclude this segment.
She doesn't want to be in the documentary. I can show you the text message or call her on three-way and let you hear it yourself. She does not want to be in the documentary whatsoever.
But Angie's on your screen Myron.
She's not. She hasn't been on my streams in months. She has not been on my content for.
She still are. Anyone can easily find her on.
That's fine, but she hasn't been on my streams.
This is another lie. She was on the stream just a week and a half before on his own personal stream. But he needs to lie like this to be able to convince the guy that she shouldn't be seen as a public figure, even though she shows up on his stream all the time, even though he uses her as an argument for why his lifestyle works.
And the fourth largest.
Nice.
Bro, if I'm being 1,000, my girl's
You're a loyal friend.
girl.
Nobody asked him to volunteer information about his girlfriend. Nobody asked him to make that shit public. Nobody asked her to make a reoccurring character. Nobody asked him to go into debates and be like, yo, Angie's finer than all you ugly ass, or some of y'all black? Some of y'all black women, okay? Let me remind y'all, my girl Angie stays at home, she cooks, she cleans, and she packs my condoms, because she's a fucking loser.
Sorry for her.
Yeah, and here's the thing. No. She lives a great fucking life, and she's a beautiful girl. She's hotter than all the girls here, no offense.
That's
right?
fine.
But what I'm trying to explain to you ladies is if you got a guy that checks off all the boxes, you gotta
found yourself a real
you
gold
gotta
digger.
pay the
That's nice.
price. You gotta pay the price for that man checking all those boxes. He didn't check all those boxes off to just fuck you.
Nobody asked you to say that. You did that yourself. So you can't make your partner a public person, profit from it, help it to build your business, and then when people want to cover it, then you want to go, oh, guys, we need to protect her. That's not the way that shit works.
Yeah, it was never about protecting Angie. It was just about trying to get content to try to get a gotcha, and they couldn't even get the gotcha.
During his attempts to get...
Pause. My guy. It's not because you're screaming that it's true. The gotcha was there. We felt it. We saw it. It was real.
Facts.
And I don't even think that shit was intentional. It was just what do you think about that? Well, there was an awkwardness that was you, my friend. The gotcha was there.
He made you look really fucking stupid in that whole documentary. You showed up for a small portion, but you came out as the top 2 dumbest looking people in that documentary.
Because I told them, I'm not doing shit unless you guys remove Angie from the thing. That's what they tell me.
Guys, if you don't want to wear it, there's a guy who stole $10K from me. What happened was, and I actually record this. If you can hear, slam dunk proof that Netflix or I have all the evidence you're on. Is anyone with headphones okay right now?
It sounds like you have good head game. Pause.
Hey, listen, I did watch the grapefruit technique so I could coach my girl
bro,
on how to take care of the next man.
You sound like a gluten-free grapefruit technique right there.
I have literally never tasted a grapefruit since that video. It's been 20 years.
You know what's crazy?
Talk to me.
I shave my head and your forehead's still bigger than mine. It's crazy. Carry on.
Yeah. But you know what it is? Is that mine's like heritage. It's like you ever seen those commercials like National Heritage for Canada? They have like half of y'all don't know 95% of y'all don't know. So I have to actually pull up a heritage Canadian heritage. So y'all don't know this, but actually basketball right over here. Take a look.
Before black people.
So what's cool about this is they kind of show the history of basketball and how it started.
I mean, I know you're the instructor and everything.
Nobody says Mabaga.
They literally had somebody go up in a ladder to go pump that shit up.
because there was no hole in the basket.
All right. Maybe we can allow a carry of a couple of steps.
And Mr. Naismith, sir, it sure slows things down having to climb up here every time.
Well, then let's cut the bottom out of the basket.
But I need these baskets
back. Gotcha. Well, I can hold off on that video until you're ready, buddy.
100 years after James Naismith from Almont, Ontario invented it, basketball was being played by hundreds of millions of people.
A little heritage moment right there for you guys, okay?
It's funny because you do look like a basketball. You got oh shit, yeah, give me my shit. Yeah!
Hey, preach when do. No, when you do lightsabers, okay? The first thing you gotta do is you gotta work on your wrist technique, right? You have to, and you have to also work on your spin. So you have to.
Okay, yeah, you're not good at this. You're hurting yourself, and I'm afraid. And you're putting your hand on the blade. You don't know what the fuck.
This is the hand job technique for. In the music video. Yeah! Yeah, that's it.
Basically, it's hard to hear.
No shit, Myron. You can barely hear a...
Yes. Yes. No, it's not just hard to hear. We heard nothing. Nigga, that was Charlie Brown. And it wasn't Charlie Brown talking.
Hey, no. We have camera footage of the theft of my car. So basically we can't see shit. But
bring back the lights.
Okay, we're back. My bad.
So you guys won't use it. I say that, right? And he goes, and I say that.
My nigga, you added subtitles to Japanese anime. I have no idea. You could have said, yo, Angie does aim. I'd be like, baby.
You won't use it.
We'll let's have a good show then.
There's no way! Did this man just... I'm not high. Also, you guys can get this from the Abba Preach but actually, do we still have these right now?
No, we don't have these.
We'll bring them back because these don't look nice. Okay, listen.
Is there anything you've been itching to talk about?
Got him.
I'll accept Louis on camera saying, look, we're gonna keep her out of the documentary and do our best to do it. I'll accept that. And he's not even guaranteeing it on camera. All he's saying is we're gonna try and do our best. So if it does come out in a certain way, we can go from there.
Whoa. That's your girl and you gonna try? I thought you were 900 IQ. I thought you knew what was gonna happen. That's why you was recording. You already knew in advance. But you gonna try to protect your girl?
I'm walking Aurora through it now.
No, I don't. I'm telling you, I'm explicitly saying I don't need a guarantee. What I'm saying is I just need.
You don't need a guarantee.
Yeah, what's up?
I haven't listened to this in its entirety. I'll just say that's my partner and they're the public figure and they're not demanding a guarantee for me. I'm gonna feel a bit like, what do you mean? Are you that clout hungry? You need to have this guy back on that you can't demand a guarantee or you're going to stop filming? And just so you guys are aware, they go back to filming together. So apparently this was so important to them. But he didn't even want to guarantee that she wouldn't show up. 900 IQ, you wouldn't get it. If you don't understand, it's because you're too stupid.
Look, guys, can you remove this part of the documentary? You guys still have hours of content. And honestly, there's nothing here that is relevant of artistic value. Like she was saying just good things about me, right? Like, I don't know why this needs to be in the documentary.
She was just saying good things about you. Is that what you think her appearance and that footage shows? No, what it shows, Myron, is you being a complete fraud because you'll do this big-chested, oh, my girl follows my rules.
Hey-o.
Yo.
How's it? Ooh. Wow.
Oh, Jesus.
That was a very deep
I see. I try to mute.
He comes in and he's like,
yeah.
how you doing, buddy?
One sec.
Okay, is that better?
Oh, wow, yeah.
There we go.
So what's up? What's got your mind moving?
Oh, well, I guess a bunch of stuff, I guess, over the past couple of weeks for sure, with all of the different theaters of war at this point and all of that kind of stuff going on is crazy.
I like to call them living rooms of war.
Yeah.
Because I'm more comfortable there than in the theater.
Maybe that's a good reason why to call them theaters, though.
Yeah, that's true. Jokes aside. Any like anything in particular you've been like thinking of that we haven't kind of already talked about? Like, I feel like talking about stuff. I've just been.
Well, yeah, you and I haven't. I haven't actually been in your Discord for a minute.
Yeah, I know.
For sure. So, yeah, I feel like there's a lot of topics that have been going on that have been hot topics. Oh, but one of the ones you guys mentioned it on your afternoon stream, but I've been thinking about my name change. That's one of the titles.
Right.
Yeah. So Durellium is what I was thinking earlier, but then I've just been thinking about like the different ways that I could toy with my name, and then also though Durelevant came to mind. I felt like that was pretty good.
Okay.
But there's also like Durelative.
Okay.
I could just do like, or the one that I actually like the most, I think, was Durelish. Like relish. Yeah.
The relish. That's fun.
Yeah.
That's fun, and it's
too.
funny.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
like it.
Yeah. And then it's easy, like, Destiny has to like, like explain that his name's Steven when he wants to talk to people. I don't know. I feel like it's a little bit easier for me to just like be like, yeah, Mr. L. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Because your name isn't Steven.
Yeah. Funny. Yeah. Funny you should say that. But my name, one of my names is Steve.
Oh, really? It is?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. So when do you think Uni and Llama want to start getting in some debate panels and shit?
I know. I feel like Llama holds the keys to that one, like
the politics server.
Yeah, this like the
yeah, but that place is an unserious cesspool. I mean, that's
sphere.
just like a. Did you say premium debate sphere?
Yeah, I was saying that ironically. Yes.
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, like, that's fun for shooting fish in a barrel, but like, I want us to eventually like move on to some real shit. Like I said. Oh, go ahead.
I think the other place that's really, I guess, is TikTok.
Ugh. When is this sale supposed to go through?
I don't know. I don't care. As far as like, I feel like with business stuff, I feel like the shrewd thing to do is to like, just just take advantage of whatever is gonna be the most,
honestly, I guess
most
now that
advantageous, beneficial to you.
Now that my mom is retired, she retired in December. I guess security-wise, it's probably okay.
Well, and I just feel like as far as being on there, like, the only thing that they're gonna have access to is whatever you post. So, I guess I don't know if you, if there's like potential for you think that they could exploit things that you divulge on your streams, from China, kind of a deal. I guess if there's like,
I think it's more about like they get your user data and stuff like that. It was just smart to not let them have access to my shit.
Yeah, no, I feel like as long as you anonymize it enough, like just don't use the same password as you would on another site. And
well, now I guess like I'm saying, like I guess it doesn't really matter as much.
Yeah, no, so you don't have to worry about that as much. But yeah, I do feel like there's, I know I'm very like, I've been really into OPSEC and stuff like that most of my life. So in my mind, there's always like workarounds to keep yourself like ultimately you could even be anonymous on a lot of these platforms, and just like take payment through crypto somehow and stuff like that. I feel like. I know a lot of companies are actually even starting to pay out in whatever the US dollar backed cryptocurrency is. I forget which one it's called, but
is that Ethereum?
no, there's like an actual USD Bitcoin now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Fuck my life. Good lord.
What is? I'm trying to remember. USD coin, USDC.
And this is backed by like the treasury?
USDC is a regulated fiat-backed stablecoin pegged 1-to-1 to the US dollar, designed to offer stability in the crypto market. Issued by Circle and supported by Coinbase, it is backed by cash and US Treasury securities.
Good lord.
Yeah. So as far as like, yeah, that's what I was trying to get to, or trying to find out right there, is it is straight up backed by US Treasury securities. So yes, USDC, that's
things are weird.
Yeah, no, I heard about this like a month ago, and I tried to get like nobody in Tiny's chat or any of the places that I tried like talking to people about it, but it seemed like nobody. I don't know, because everybody gets so turned off by crypto in general.
Yeah.
But then when I saw this, I was like, hold on, that like I don't I feel like people haven't really been appreciating
I
the
mean, yeah, it's
significance of
US
this, you know?
backed. That's, I mean, like,
Exactly.
but is it like dollar backed?
Yeah, that it is. That's the thing. I don't know.
Well,
I guess I don't know. Maybe like I don't know. It's
yeah,
like
I mean, that is interesting.
the government is paying people with USDC right now. Like
The government
sure.
is paying people with a crypto
USDC,
coin?
Yes.
Okay, but that's fucking stupid.
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
Well,
but
no.
To me,
That's
it's just
smart.
like
That's
it's
smart
just
of the government.
It is smart. It
if you're
is,
taking the payments in crypto coin, that's stupid. I certainly
who knows? It's hard to that like, because this might end up be like something having the backing. Who knows now that Trump's kind of fucked over or changed, you know, fuck. He might have fucked over our like hegemony.
Yeah.
As far as that goes, but in my mind, this is so significant because I just feel like the one that the US government backs is going to be the cryptocurrency that wins, and that is probably the one that it's probably going to be the one to like I don't know, I'd have to do the math on it. I feel like you probably could do the math on it, figure out what the figure out how many coins this USDC is capped at, and then figure out, you know, determine from there, based on the dollars and projections into the future, how if this thing is going to increase in value a lot more in the future. Because if they haven't, like, I don't know, it could be a good it could be a good investment or a bad investment.
Exactly.
Depending
That's
on,
the thing.
yeah.
Is my issue with crypto isn't necessarily the concept. The concept is fine. It's the volatility.
Yeah, no, but I do think that one of them is going to like win, and then I feel like that could be like, I don't know, who knows it. I don't know enough about the financial, in like the industry of finances to make an educated enough determination at this point, I think.
I don't like volatility. I don't like high risk. You know, that's my thing. I like nice low to medium risk with steady gains.
Oh, I'm a risk taker, but I don't really like.
I know this. I've played Arc Raiders with you.
Yeah. but yeah, like I guess I'm not like super wealthy or anything anyways, but even were I to have a lot of money, I wouldn't take big risks with my money. I've never been a like I've never gambled.
Yeah, I don't gamble either.
Yeah.
Not my thing.
Yeah. I'm really good with finances. I just like don't get motivated enough to make a lot of money.
Why?
Like I haven't been a lot of my life. In my 20s, I was definitely not motivated at all to make money. I just didn't care about it.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like I'm motivated, but like I'm motivated because no, it's not that I want the money, right? But I don't know if I'm ready to do all the work to get the money, which is why I do this.
I'm fine with doing the work. I just like, unfortunately, for my health gets in the way of me being able to do any type of job.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just like I can't work regular hours. That's kind of why I got into software development, because I could cater to my work. Because I can like make a deadline on time. I can put in 40 hours a week. It's just what hours during the day I'm going to be available to work varies a lot because I have a lot of stomach problems. So.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah, it's made it really difficult in my life to hold a job. Like I think I may have told you that like 10 years ago I was homeless, and it was because of my health issues. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know, just it's definitely something I have to take into consideration when it comes to work now.
ADHD.
Yeah.
Oh shit, I just realized I forgot to take my medicine today. Oh jeez. That's okay. I'll be alright.
My sleep schedule has been so fucked, so.
Really?
Oh god. Yeah. But
why?
I'm just, I'm neurodivergent of some sort, I guess, Yeah. I have like a Tyler Durden.
It's weird because everybody's like,
know?
it's such a popular thing on the internet. It's almost like a fad to people. And I'm sitting here like, bro, fuck you.
Yeah, it's not actually.
It literally ruins your life over and over and over again.
It's actually not pleasant.
Yeah, it's an awful
like a lot
thing,
of the consequences.
Yeah, but to all of them, it's just like, oh, you're fun and quirky. Sure, bro.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah, I wish that translated to all of the cool shit that you thought it did. It does in like certain ways, I guess. People would frequently be like telling me that they felt like my ability to focus in class, because if I'm interested in something, I can like focus, like hyper focus on it,
Same. But the problem is the things that I want to hyper focus on, except for this, don't really make me much money.
Definitely, I was able to channel that energy towards learning computer science. So, and I didn't complete college because of COVID, basically, but, yeah.
Oh, that's fun.
My audio.
Wait a minute. You didn't complete college because of COVID. Aren't you like my age?
Partly. I didn't go to college until I was 30.
Oh, okay. I was like, what?
Yeah. and then it took me several years to do the community college part, the first few years. because yeah, I was an adult. Like I had to take care of my responsibilities also.
Responsibilities. Fuck that.
Yeah.
Fuck everything.
Oh no.
Whatever. Gotta stay alive and shit.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, no, definitely. I don't know.
Or so
I
they
don't
tell
even like
me.
to like. Yeah. I don't even really like mentioning that I have health problems, honestly, because I don't know. I feel like it's a cope.
No, it's not. It's literally not.
Yeah, no, I mean, it can be to sometimes, I guess, but or like some people can use health issues, like can definitely. What is it I'm thinking?
As a crutch?
Yeah, exactly. Like use things like that as a crutch, or like as an excuse to not do stuff, or to be a dick. Even like I think that's the more common, like obvious thing to complain about that people do commonly. They'll be like, oh, I'm sorry that I'm a dick. I just have autism or whatever. It's like, okay.
Oh yeah, but like that's people who don't actually fucking have
Yeah,
it.
no, exactly. Yeah, they're just like using it as an excuse. Yes. Okay, my audio is fucked on my stream apparently, but yes, we're so back.
Oh.
Oh, my whole everything on my stream got fucked up because I changed some stuff earlier. Are you gonna be playing Arc Raiders anytime soon too?
Yeah, I want to. I'm just like, I'm so down the KSP rabbit hole right now. I just like this game, okay? I have a problem with this game. I actually have like a legitimate problem with this game. Anytime I play it, I'm telling you, hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. I cannot stop.
Definitely. No, I mean I have like 800 hours in Factorio.
I play with mods, and when I launch from the mod thing, it doesn't record my hours, but I would say I probably have 3,000 to 4,000 hours in this game at least.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It is truly a problem. Well, I mean,
yeah, well, I feel like Factorio is a similar sort of like stimulus kind of a thing.
Yeah, it's not good for me, but I don't fucking care. Speaking of which, are you seeing my stream right now?
Yeah, I have your stream.
Look at this motherfucker that I've been building all day.
Oh, is that like a space station for the moon?
Yep, it's a decent recreation of the Lunar Gateway that is now canceled, and now I have two more launches. I'm gonna launch a lander, which I'm gonna dock right here, and then I'm gonna launch an Artemis mission in the Orion, and I'm gonna dock it here, and then I'm gonna have my little duders move through, and you'll see the inside of the capsule. You'll be able to move through it, which is really cool. And yeah, I'll get into the lander. We'll go down to the surface, and eventually we'll get a little mining situation going. But first, I'm gonna deorbit this motherfucker. So this will be fun. Let's watch this, right? You get to enjoy this. Watch me crash this motherfucker into the surface.
What was the What was that rocket? Was it? Crap. I just had it in my head.
Which rocket?
Oh, the rocket, the like nuclear one that you were watching the video on.
Oh, the Orion rocket.
It was Orion. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a lot of things that have been called Orion over the years.
Yeah. No, definitely.
Very popular naming. You know, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know. We're just forgetting words. We're old now, Cinderella.
No, that's just like a human thing.
All right,
I've been doing that since I was a teenager.
Check it out. Ready? Well, wait, let's let the ground load in. Get it nice and high res before we crash into it.
Are you crashing it?
I'm crashing this one because I don't need it anymore.
Okay.
This was just.
Oh, you're gonna crash it on the moon,
this was
though?
This was the upper stage that delivered that piece that I just docked there.
Okay, I guess you could use the resources. Still.
No, I didn't. I'm filled up on resources
I mean,
in there.
I meant like in theory, if we were like had things orbiting the moon.
Yeah.
I was thinking, what a waste.
Here we go. Here we go.
Or that would be sad.
Here we go.
Oh.
1,000
Oh,
meters.
yeah.
Ooh, this guy survived. Look at him go. Look at him go. Time warp stopped the spin. My God, dude, he went fast. Is he at like orbital speed? Nah, not even close. Coming down. Impacting 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom. Wait, seriously? Is this dude about to survive this? No way. There's no way. No, there he goes. Okay, cool. All right, good. Okay, now
yeah.
Let's go back to the Space Center. And we'll launch our lander. And then we're ready to launch our crewed mission. And it's nice that I have that set up too. It took so long, dude, to build that whole thing. But now I have a base and a place where I can send up stuff that I mine on the surface. Oh. So useful. And then I'll finally be ready to start venturing to other parts of the solar system.
That guy earlier on that video, the IRI and Destiny video.
Oh yeah, that guy.
And particularly hearing him mispronounce all of the words. like
antidote. Oh,
like
man.
Yeah, antidote in particular.
Not
but
only
he kept
antidote, but he kept saying anecdotal when he meant antidote.
yeah, definitely.
I said this exact phrase. I said he's saying anecdotal when he means antidote. And I was like, technically he means anecdote, but it's funnier to say he means antidote.
Yeah. Well, and that wasn't even like, there were a bunch of words that well, for one thing, he was like he was grammatically using anecdote as a verb. He kept trying to use anecdote as a verb, you know, instead of saying an anecdote.
Yeah.
Right? And like, I don't know, just like he kept using like multi-syllable words in like improper but he kept using them like improperly in the like form, and like if there was an editor, you know, it's like very improper the usage of these, and these are really like technical words, so he's
Yes, it
like
was
trying to
very
sound really smart.
frustrating.
Yeah. So I don't know,
And I
watching
could
that was
see
actually like
IRI just like he toyed with him a little bit too, and he was just like,
definitely.
and I was like, come on. Both of us were. I was like, my dude-erino, you gotta fucking understand what words mean, my guy.
He straight up was like oh, I think I mentioned it in your chat that I felt like he was just straight up wanting to be Nick Fuentes.
There's too many people on the internet now who, like, you mention that and they're like, what's wrong with Nick Fuentes? Like, knowing full well what's wrong with Nick Fuentes, but they're saying it anyway because they want to, like, let you start the fight.
Yeah, no, that's like literally that is the Nick Fuentes tactic, you know, is to concern troll you, like just, you know, say whatever it is, any patronizing
Yeah,
thing.
it doesn't work though, because it's like, bro, like, you're still retarded. Like,
Oh,
you
it did,
can
like
let me start it, but
it
you're
does
still
for
the
like
retard here.
Oh, it didn't with IRI for sure, but it does for like Piers Morgan, like
okay,
what's
but
his
that's
name?
that's fair because
Nick
Piers is also retarded.
Exactly. And Nick Fuentes is able to pull it off, like, I think particularly, like he's particularly adept at, like, executing the concern trolling in a way that, you know, the person doesn't necessarily pick up on it unless they're actually, like...
what's wrong with Hitler? And it's
Yeah.
like, bro...
Oh no! Well, and then like when if you recall, when he was talking, like Piers Morgan was interviewing him, and he was like, oh, Piers Morgan was asking him about the 6 million Jews, and you know he was like, oh, so you don't think that 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust? And Nick Fuentes was like, oh no, that it definitely could have been 6 million. As who knows how many it could have been? It could have even been 600 million. And Piers didn't pick. Yeah, he didn't pick up on that though.
That's because Piers is like Piers is a special.
Piers is so dumb.
Is a special level of retarded. Okay.
Yeah. For sure.
Like,
but I do feel like pretty much any boomer, like, particularly because he does it. Nick Fuentes does it really fast too, and so he's like doing it. He's wrapping it up into a bunch of things, and I don't know. Yeah. Piers should have caught up. Piers should have caught it though when he said 600. Like
it could have been 600 million.
600 million. Like, okay, you're obviously just being like a dick.
Fucking retard troll.
Yeah, like exactly.
God, fucking
like
Fuentes.
Deeply unserious.
The fact that there are like people who genuinely think he is a future for the country and be not completely retarded is, let's just say, very special. Very, very special. I can hear the Arc Raider distraction. Can I just not hear you right now?
Oh, Jesus.
Oh,
I had push to talk. Yeah.
I was like, I thought you had just faded off because you were distracted by Arc Raiders, but no.
No, yeah. I had I had a hiccup, so I think that was the reason why I took my hand off of the keyboard. Yeah.
Nice.
I forgot. I keep forgetting that I had it on. I had to put it on push to talk for some server that I was in.
Oh. Check out this lander. This is the Lockheed style lander.
It's out of its shell.
Yeah, well, it's here.
They decided to come out of the closet.
So I'm gonna launch this giant penis, and hopefully I did everything right. But this is Kerbal, so more than likely I forgot something, and I'll have to reset it and fix that, and then go back, because that's just this game. That's how it works. You fuck up, you realize you fuck up afterwards, you go back and try again.
What penis shape would that be? That it's like extra girthy on the bottom, and then like a section of it is particularly skinny before the head. You know,
I guess one could describe it as chode-like.
Yeah, that was
like
the
a full chode.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, that was the word that was coming to mind. But it's not exactly a chode.
Yeah, it's chode-like.
Yeah,
I think it's important to be.
it's like a giraffe
accurate.
chode.
Yeah, because
Because it's got like a long neck on top of the chode part. I don't know.
No. You're good. No, it's important. Like I said, it's important to be accurate. All right, let's see. Can I have this part here without it snapping the fuck off? Will this support actually work? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. It's probably not. It's probably going to break like right the fuck away, but let me try to attach it rigidly. Auto strut it. And I think that's it for now, and I can go ahead and launch. All right. Let's give it a shot. This is always so much fun. I love building and launching rockets.
Firecracker.
Huh?
That's who that. Because I have been watching The Boys.
Oh yeah, I haven't been watching the new season, but I remember her from the last season.
Yeah, I just finished because I rewatched the first 4 seasons, and I just finally got through it.
She's like the female Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
Yeah.
Like even more so now, actually, which is funny.
Yeah. Yeah, Tucker like went off the deep end.
Oh my god.
He's basically Alex Jones now.
Yep.
Like it's not even an exaggeration, which is crazy.
Alright, here we go. I would like this antenna to stay attached. Please stay attached. Okay, so far. So far, so good. How's your raiding going?
I am not in a raid at the moment.
Why?
I was going through my inventory and making trying to clear everything out of it, I guess. Or make room.
Yeah,
so
I will say inventory management in that game kind of sucks.
Yeah, it's like the
big pain point.
Yeah, I think they intentionally like have it for a bottlenecking effect to like make you figure out how to manage stuff, and that way you can't have like a surplus. I don't know. I can actually like see the ratio, like how they've probably figured out the ratios of like why they've capped it at what they've capped it at relative to the number of items that you need to like keep, and then how they stack, because certain things stack like 5 high in one slot or 10 or 50 in a slot, you know.
Yeah. Ugh, but seriously, I found that, especially as a new player, to be one of the most frustrating parts, because like you
It
need all
is
the
because
shit you can.
well, and because it takes a while to know what you can just
Yeah.
like sell and recycle. And there's really only like a half dozen items that I'm constantly keeping, I guess, when I find them. It's basically springs and processors, and then like mechanical components kind of a thing. Metal and rubber.
Is this guy? Did something break? Did that break? Why did that break? Is that a problem that it broke? I'm gonna need to send up some repair kits. Have one of my engines. Oh no! I suck. I launched it with people on board. Fuck! I did not mean to do that! I have to revert. See, what did I say? This is Kerbal. I gotta go back now.
That sounds like the type of mistake that should happen in real life.
Yeah, that is definitely not the sort of thing NASA's gonna do, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Good lord. Alright, let's fucking try that again. Launch. Good lord. Big mistake. You imagine NASA at mission control. Flight. Go, Capcom, go. We have 3 astronauts on board? Were we supposed to have that? What do you mean? I mean, there's 3 astronauts on board the ship right now.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that, you know, I guess they don't have any control system like in the game. It's just like they have absolute control, or they have absolute like trust in their in the launch team or something. Like there's no oversight committee. There's no oversight committee at all.
They can control craft, but
no, I like the idea that you can allow it such that there's no safety committee.
Alright, let's move.
Alright, I think I might put push to talk on again. I might invite somebody to the party. To a party up.
Alright, here we go. This is more like it. say it's broken? It's inside a fairing. That don't make no sense. I'm gonna throw some videos back on.
Packs my
Feel free to
condoms.
jump
She
back
knows I'm
in
gonna
and
fuck other
comment
girls,
at
and
any
she's
point.
okay with it. That's what the persona you put up. But what the footage
Sweet.
showed was that you were making promises such as, oh, you know, maybe I'm gonna change my mind. Maybe I'm just gonna want one wife. Maybe I'm just gonna want to be with one girl. Because that's what he was telling her behind the scenes to keep her invested. Because when he says, I want multiple wives, he's comfortable to say it to Louis. But in front of his girl, what happens? He starts saying, you know, maybe I'll change my mind. So it goes to show you that these guys are complete frauds. In front of their audience, yo, bitches follow my rule. And then once they get in front of their girl, they be
Where'd
like,
you go? Oh. Motherfucker just left.
Hey, baby.
Beta!
Yeah, there's these other girls, but you know, nobody like you, girl.
Manipulation.
I'm gonna help you get your citizenship and shit. Yeah, just pack. You don't want to pack condoms? You're gonna do, but let me say it though. Let me say you pack my condoms. You know, if you guys actually think about Fresh and Fit, some of the things that made them took the biggest hit to their reputation was their real life relationships with the women they were dating. And the reason why they don't want that any of the footage is simple. Their ideology is not real. And it shows because even when you watch Justin Waller and his wife, oh, my wife does what the fuck I say. And when the wife explains why she's okay with her husband sleeping with other women, you remember what she said in the documentary?
That was not really her thing. She was like, oh, yeah. She was very hesitant on that. She was clear that it was not her thing. She was not really on that, even though it's like, so if someone is claiming that, I doubt that person is packing your condom. I mean, you're not even sleeping with her, so.
But I'll tell you what she said in the documentary that stood out to me. She said it. She said, I've been with a lot of men who cheated on me and lied to me. So I appreciate the fact that he's honest. So what is her reason for staying? It's not that she likes this lifestyle. It's that she's traumatized by the infidelity she experienced before. The reason why they don't want you guys to see the footage is that reason alone.
And Myron in Florida.
I love how I did a whole workout and they didn't fucking show any of that. They want to come and watch me do a workout.
It's a documentary, not on your workout. It's not a workout routine like, hey, I work out. Let's show that. No, they're gonna. Do you even know how fucking documentaries or TV works?
Hold on, let me
You're gonna take a lot more footage of what's gonna appear.
Let's see why he thinks that, and then you go.
They only got like that part. And then here I was here with them for like 2 hours in the gym and they only show this?
Again, this
You want them to show 2 hours in the gym? Documentary is 90 minutes. You want out of those 90 minutes be 2 hours of you in the gym? Is that even the subject of the documentary? Myron goes to the gym.
You might have shaved, but you're not 900 IQ like us. Did
Thank
you shave
God
yourself?
I'm not. Huh?
Shave yourself?
Yeah, of course I
You
did.
did good. I was checking to see if you missed any spots behind you. You missed nothing.
I knew that's what you were doing. I knew that was what you were doing.
Do you want me to shave to join you, Solidarity?
You what?
Huh?
If I want you to join? No, please don't. Don't go back
We can
to
be
that.
two bald dudes.
No.
I've been preached.
No.
Smooth everywhere.
No, look like two nuts. No. Fuck that.
I've been preached. Testicles.
Fuck that shit.
I'm not gonna lie. Any future beef that we have will feature some of the best jokes. Yo, these two gay niggas looking like testicles, trying to beef with me.
Looking like coconuts in Barbados?
Exactly. It's coconuts in Montreal.
I won't lie to you guys. I've seen Myron do big reveals numerous times, and every time it's just a big PR
It flops.
stunt.
It
PR
flops.
stunt. But you know what though? When I'm doing this, none of this matters. None of the truth, none of the facts, none of the realities matter. People are very entrenched in their communities, and for men who are really deep in these red pill spaces, what matters to them the most is that they have a sense of community and belonging, and they'll defend the people in there. So even if they're exposed as frauds, even if the talking points are debunked, even if the studies come out to be fake, it doesn't really matter. Because the issue is that they don't feel like they have community if they're not in those environments, so they will gaslight themselves into thinking this shit's real. Myron's a total grifter and a total fraud. Most of these guys were exposed throughout this documentary as being that, but it doesn't matter. They're like, I try to say this to people because on one hand, the exposure might be kind of a good thing to some folks, but it doesn't really get to the root issue, which is that men just don't really have that many outlets or good community-oriented spaces where they can feel welcomed and seen and not feel like they're going to be judged for not being perfect in the eyes of how women should view men. There should be a middle ground, you know? A middle ground that is not like the fucking goofy ass red pill where she's your house slave and watches you cheat every day. But it doesn't really exist. But for the men who are entrenched in this space, is it gonna move them? No. And for the people who already know the truth, it's just being like, bitch, we've been ahead of this Netflix game forever. But it's cool to see our group chat on the main screen. End of the day, I don't really think this moves the needle in any type of way other than creating a bit of awareness. But if spaces don't get created where people can feel openly talking about stuff without being perfect, I don't think this is gonna do much. What do you want to say?
Fuck that guy.
So this continues.
I really think in a weird way I have to thank Louis DeRoux because his questions made me question myself and the future of everything. And right now, I'm so happy. Thanks to every one of you that critique me, that has said something about it. I do go through every comment, I do go through every DM and every video and every post, and honestly, I'm so thankful for every lesson.
Girl, you're welcome. Like, think about how crazy that is. That your partner is thanking the person who made a documentary that you call a hit piece on you. She's thanking that person for helping her realize how much of a fraud Myron is. So, earlier today, we covered the story, and we've been covering pretty much last couple of days everything in relation to the new Netflix documentary that came out. Angie, who was the subject of questioning during the documentary, she broke her silence because she had something to say.
Sure about that.
I don't know. Hello, that's me. This is Angie. I'm finally coming out of my shell of social media. I probably will be posting more on TikTok. I just want to leave this behind, and this is one of the main reasons why I'm doing this. I want to leave the past in the past. But this documentary just came out, and I received a lot of messages from people just concerned about my well-being and a lot of opinions and a lot of things going on right now. So I want to address a few things. First of all, I never wanted to be part of any documentary whatsoever. I was never told or asked to be in a documentary until the moment of. I was stupid enough to not read a contract before signing it, and that.
Why your face look like that?
I was never asked or told I was going to be in a documentary, but you signed a consent form. And there was cameras everywhere, and he asked you if we could ask you a few questions for his interview. I mean, Myron knew he was going to be in a documentary, right? So what, did he just tell her, yo, show up on camera and start yapping? How do you sign a consent form, see cameras, know you're being interviewed, your partner knows because they contacted him at a time? Like, in what world is that a surprise? Am I stupid?
I mean, I wouldn't tell
What
you
up,
you're
Mr.
stupid because that's
Danielelli?
just disrespectful. But it does sound weird.
I already been through a lot. I already went through therapy. I
Damn,
already
Daniel.
heard pep talks on my friends.
Damn,
I have
Daniel.
to say.
She went to therapy and she heard a zillion pep talks. What y'all think she went to therapy and heard pep talks about, chat?
But you have to understand and you have to keep in context that Myron knew, you idiot!
Because I knew that he was gonna go ahead, do some bullshit.
But this is my life. And honestly, as of right now, I couldn't be more grateful for it. I am so blessed, and I am so thankful to say that I am in a new relationship where I don't have to worry about any of this, and that I met this amazing man
All right, right after
who cares
this
for
video,
me, who makes me feel so special, makes me so happy, and I couldn't be more grateful for him.
Oh, I know.
I can finally say that I can see a future with
I've been
somebody.
Hey! Okay. Man, they should have included this in the Netflix documentary and put in one of the updates. They should have had her rollerblading into a better future. It's in the little things that she said. You know, I know this because if my ex ever did some shit like this, you know what I mean? I'd be happy for her, but I'd be a little salty. Lines like, I finally met someone I could have a future with.
I said hi to Mika.
Someone that can make me feel special.
They were both looking
I
over,
met
and then I
someone
said hi
who
to
truly
Muppet,
cares
and
for
he
me,
looked over at
and I can
Muppet.
put all this nonsense behind.
Nah, Angie, I'm happy for you, man. I'm happy that you
Good girl.
see clear now that the rain is gone. I'm
good.
Live your life.
There's no arguments. This is how it is. She packs my fucking condoms when I travel.
All you guys watching at home, You deserve better than to be packing condoms
real, neighbor.
for a Sudanese refugee, okay? For
Fucking
definitely not
leotards!
for no Somali pirate, okay?
And I'm so grateful that he can see a future with me. So also before you go there, it's no any rollerblading guy.
Oh, she got rid of him too?
Like that. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I never cheated on anybody. That doesn't really align with my values. I know you have loved me.
This is just like a thing I noticed. They don't consider it cheating, but before they leave a dude, the next dude already ready. And it's not like anything explicit been said. He probably just said, hey, listen, you know, I see you at the road before. Could I oil your wheels? And, you know, but that shit's happening.
Duds for the 7th month.
Before they left the relationship. Now they're gonna say it's not cheating, but I promise you,
it was not official.
I promise you, if you look through them DMs and you see the communications between the two, you gonna think to yourself, we all knew what was happening, and that's how they so quickly just be on the next person. It don't happen by accident.
You're so happy.
Right now,
that's my
I'm
donor
so
club.
And honestly,
she happy too. We're all so happy, yeah? Just so you guys have context, y'all might think this is coming out of nowhere, but I do think it's always important to remember why she might feel the need, because it's not just this documentary. There's clips of her going viral that this guy used, how he's used her for his business.
Thank you. And she's smart enough to understand, damn, though this bothers me a little bit that I know that he's with other women, I understand that he cares about me, he loves me, provides for me. I'm not sneaking around in my own fucking house. There's no arguments. This is how it is. She packs my fucking condoms when I travel. Yeah.
Sorry for her.
Yeah, and here's the thing. No. She lives a great fucking life, but she's a beautiful girl. She's hotter than all the girls here, no offense.
That's
right?
fine.
But what I'm trying to explain to you ladies is if you got a guy that checks off all the boxes, you gotta
found yourself a real
You
gold
gotta
digger.
pay
That's
the
nice.
price. You gotta pay the price for that man checking all those boxes. He didn't check all those boxes off to just fuck you.
thanks to every one of you that critique me, that has said something about it.
Girl, you're welcome. In fact, we're saying something about you right now. For free, okay? And if ever you want us to interview you, shit, we'll critique you some more together.
I don't have to critique her. I think she got stuck in some shit she didn't know how bad it was. And once she realized how bad it was too late.
That's fair.
Now she's like, ugh. And that's the kind of girl. That's the kind of girl that don't want to hurt people feeling, even if the person is a piece of shit.
I'll say I don't share your sentiment entirely. I think, you know, she's with someone who's very wealthy, partially because of how comfortable he made her life. And when he was talking spicy to all those women in front of her, she was backing him up the whole time. So I don't like framing nobody, and there's no victim when you were in multi-year spending time with some piece of garbage and you support every move he do. I'm just not a big fan. It's fine saying that she's not a piece of crap or whatever, but she ain't no victim in my head personally. But, you know, that's a...
we can agree on
if you
that.
were one of the many
But
girls who sat there and while he was lambasting them, called them ugly and nasty while using her as the example for why she's so good because she packs his condoms, while she getting paid and she getting money out the wazoo, that don't scream victim to me personally.
Was she getting paid?
Oh, he's paying her rent. He's paying all her bills. He's making sure he wasn't even hitting it. You remember we covered that. He wasn't hitting it, but he was paying all her bills.
Something about it, because I do go through every comment, I do go through every DM and every video and every post, and I can't say it doesn't affect me. It does affect me, but at the end of the day, I believe in who I am and who my parents raised, and honestly, I'm so thankful for every lesson. So thank you for everything.
But I will say, you know, she didn't really shade Myron all that quickly. It was very subtle. Little things like, I finally see a future for someone. I feel cared for.
No, it means you wasn't shit.
Say that again.
You wasn't shit. That's what it means. I finally see a future. I'm finally feeling like I'm treated and I'm being special. Nah, you wasn't shit. She's the kind of person that's gonna preserve you no matter what. She's not gonna try to shake or rattle the cage.
100%.
She doesn't want that. The messages affect her.
Here's the video. Oh my God, why is the sound not working? This is gonna piss me off.
Another funny fact about this that I didn't mention this before, but I really think in a weird way I have to thank Louis Theroux, because somehow his questions kind of like made me question myself. and the future of everything, and part of it is what he's doing. So
Yeah, because just minutes before she got in, motherfucker was just boasting. She said it herself. He's one thing in front of the camera, something else when the cameras are off. So when Angie was not there, it was all about, yeah, I want multiple wives, I want this, I want that, I want... The minute she got in, you feel it. Maybe I'll have one wife, I don't know. Now you're backtracking?
What a pussy.
When he said you were standing on that shit, and now you're backtracking so quickly just because I asked you a question?
Yep.
Yo.
Named Angie, right? Yeah. And then, do you have like a rotation of other women?
I wouldn't say a rotation like right now. I do want to get multiple wives.
But we were talking about in the future that maybe there's a world where you would have more than one wife, right?
She understands that. She knows that could potentially come down in the future.
What did you say about that?
I don't know.
You can always change your mind down the road. Who knows? Maybe I'll say, I only just want to be with one girl because the two would be too tough.
You backtracked on that already?
Like, think about how crazy that is. That your partner is thanking the person who made a documentary that you call a hit piece on you. She's thanking that person for helping her realize how much of a fraud Myron is. This shit was put out 7 hours ago.
You see her name, Angelica Camacho, 23 hours ago. You see right there it says paz mental, which is peace of mind. Lo demás is the rest.
Someone who destroys your mental health can't be your family or the love of your life. Get them out of your life and be happy, be free, be true to yourself, be brave, be strong.
And the only reason why I'm bringing this up is that they tried to do a PR breakup. You know those where both people part ways and they're like, oh, this person's amazing, yada, yada, yada. And truthfully, I only think any of this is relevant because Myron uses this relationship where it's open on his end and closed on hers as an example of why his ideology works. But come to find out, his first and his only relationship went up in flames and the lady had to go to therapy because of how badly he treated her. It's all bullshit. She in therapy, she happier with someone poor, shorter, more bald, and happier as a result. Because it turns out that there's not a single person on this planet with conservative values who wants to sit across from their man banging other women. Wow. Shocker.
Tell you guys, you need to watch what she does. No girls' nights, no club. I tell you, don't go to the fucking club. You want to go to the club anyway and be a whore. I tell you not to fucking hang out with your ass friends. You hang out with them anyway.
Law and Order.
You need to delete your social media. He doesn't. Okay. Men and women are not the same. When women get pretty for a reason, that in itself is cheating.
Actually, it's funny. Angie's gonna write.
I can do whatever I want. She stays inside.
Lie detector determined that was a lie.
You're my girl, you're not putting your fucking body on the internet. And we're together.
That was a lie.
She's your girl now, but if she still puts photos like that of herself on the internet and is being provocative, then when she's in a relationship with you, that's fucked.
Imagine your partner going on his podcast to slut shame you.
Fucking disrespectful. She's single. Again! You fucking idiot!
I think this is all healthy to see unfold because you can just realize like anyone can get online and preach whatever they want. But
can't you look at me like
I don't know.
Because you said preach?
All right, but I want to go to the next clip here, last one I'm going to show. Just so y'all remember.
You're stupid.
Oh, man, that was a funny moment. That was a funny moment. Yeah.
Good. I know, it was.
If you guys want to see how inferior women are to men, go ahead and look at her Instagram stories and how she tries to do workouts.
it hurts. Come on, like I've been working out for like 6 months. Myron's been doing this for years. It's not even funny.
Man, just reminds me how inferior women really are.
This is the one next to Fresh.
Who's that?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh. Haram.
But yeah, you don't give off like whole vibes immediately.
It's not
but here's the thing.
Scroll up a little bit, Chris. Look at this. This is Haram.
Oh yeah, Haram. Yeah, never mind.
They are so cute.
Never mind. Streets.
Streetwalker.
Yeah, street.
Outside of reproduction,
I didn't say anything.
how do men need? If we didn't need to propagate another society, you guys are effectively useless.
Stay in the kitchen.
Wow.
Actually, it's funny.
What
Angie's gonna
piece
write
of
our
shit.
NDAs from now on. We're gonna make NDAs.
Yeah, but don't tell the people.
And Angie's gonna write them.
Huh? Who better to write them than my chick? You hoes ain't got no money. Who better, man? Who better?
You did catch it the second time too. You caught it both times, Breach.
I'm consistent with my shit, bro.
I won't lie, you are consistent. I will give it to you.
I'm consistent with my shit because I forgot about that, but the laugh was just crazy. But
like, guys, that shit is super corny. It is. To embarrass your partner online like, if he was gonna do the whole high value man, whatever, he didn't have to, but he's such a loser, and this was his first girlfriend ever at 35, right? She had to get on his podcast and embarrass her every chance he gets. So of course her family's in her ear. Of course everyone's in her ear. Of course she still feels some type of way because she allowed that stuff and it always comes up. So you can imagine how that rocks her self-esteem. I'm not saying she's some kind of victim and all. Sorry. All that nastiness got me passing gas. I'm not saying she's some type of perfect victim in all this. I'm not. Okay, because I don't like the fact that people illustrate ladies like they're like a helpless victims. She was a grown-ass woman, saw some money, status, and she might be self-esteem issues there, but at the end of the day, she allowed herself and other people to be used for her own benefit. So that's on her. But I am saying, like, damn, I'd be salty as shit too. I would be. And this person gonna make a fool out of me, and now I gotta live with that shit forever. I'm on some documentary on all this goofy shit. Why? So he could use me as a talking point? We all have W phases. She's what? She's mid-20s or some shit like that? Shit.
Something like that.
If I was in this whole podcasting world, I probably made some retarded dating decisions. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Thank the Lord I wasn't famous like that in my mid-20s. I couldn't see myself, all that stuff about them working out for the first time, how pathetic they looked, and all this stuff for me and my friends to laugh at. Like, who does that? To do that to your partner? For content? I don't know. Maybe y'all feel differently.
It's weird. It's weird.
It's super weird. And you can tell
there's no.
Yes.
It was so unnecessary. It would have cost you $0 to not have done that. It wouldn't have hurt your brand if you wouldn't have done that. You did that for what? So unnecessary. So yeah, it was goofy. It looks goofy as fuck. 100%.
The timing is not an accident, guys, because all these videos that I'm showing you guys, they dropped in the last 24 hours. So you guys can imagine the kind of nonsense
frankly, the
goodest drop. So to go from nobody to all of a sudden you're the discussion of all these people's ire and negative emotions, being called to pick me, your families and friends see your partner, talking about she packs my condoms, you know, she gives it up to me whenever I want, she lets me fuck other, like, it's gotta be super embarrassing for her in real life. Her parents gotta be thinking, and that's why she said that line. She said that line, what'd she say? She said, my parents raised me better than that. She's talking about dating this fucking retard. Because anybody who had a child, if their clips of their kid was going viral like that for that kind of stuff, as a parent, you'd be saying, I raised you better than to be with this kind of loser. Money's never worth this much. So everyone can laugh at her for getting with a dude who don't make the same kind of, but like at the end of the day, you're always gonna want your child to have self-respect, no?
I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
That's why I say this whole red pill stuff is not realistic, because like, who y'all gonna really date that comes from a decent conservative background who gonna let their daughter be talked about that way? Who? Because they don't want no liberal women. They say that all the time. So this question is like, what conservative women, family would ever accept some shit like that?
You don't know that.
And he's gonna teach men how to do the whole dating shit and run their relationships. He couldn't run his own relationship. He's had one relationship. High value man, all this money gets left for what? Regular Joe Schmoes. And there's one line she said in that caption that you read. What was the caption? It's a peace of mind over everything else. So a woman who's had it all, the money, the status, the high value man, 6 foot tall, all the things that these fucking losers tell you is the most important. She walked away and she's much happier with peace of mind. And everyone who I say this to, you know, like a lot of you retards who are too online bird, like, oh man, if you got money, this whole idea that money's gonna solve all your problems. Listen, you can make it, motherfuckers, if he was a cornball before, he'll be a cornball after. He'll just be a cornball with money. Is there anything else you want to say on this?
Good life to Angie. I'm happy she's happy. Live your life, do your thing, baby.
All right. Here we go, neighbor.
I'm kind of Democrat in the sense that I share the party's core values, but I'm not afraid to take on the interests and the establishment within my own party if I think they've got it wrong.
San Jose Mayor Matt Mahan this week penned an op-ed. How about less time breaking the internet and more time fixing California?
I think we've got to ask our government to do better. I think California wants a fixer, somebody who's going to fix our problems. And I think that's the best way to fight against the MAGA movement, is to actually show that our values work.
Matt Mahan. Are you right, Matt Mahan?
There it is.
More Irish, Mahan. Mahan, are you right, Mahan?
Man.
Okay, Matt Mahan, 43 years old, mayor of San Jose. I find it's interesting because in this day and age of democracy, 87% of the vote is more like a communist or dictatorship.
Like a Putin.
It is. 87%, that's pretty
good.
Pretty good. Grew up in
Watsonville. Yep.
Which is a farming, working class, but went to Harvard.
Quite a journey, very different from where I grew up. We can get into that too.
Yeah, I want to get into it because you ended up being in the same dorm as Mark Zuckerberg.
I did end up in the same dorm. Yeah, wild.
Weird.
Also, I knew Buttigieg, Mayor Pete.
Sure.
He was a year ahead of me. Zuck was a year behind me.
Yeah.
Who else? Natalie Portman was a year ahead of me, or 2 years ahead of me.
So when they say that Harvard, it's to go there to meet people, it works.
You definitely meet some interesting people.
Sean Parker.
Yeah, I met him when I got into tech, which was unexpected. I was going to go to law school to be a public interest lawyer. That was my goal. And then I got recruited into this little startup doing civic tech stuff, and it ended up being a big Facebook application, basically. Yeah, so I ended up...
I remember that one.
Causes? Yeah, it was one of those early online fundraising tools, petitions, organizing stuff, philanthropy, politics, whatever.
Yeah, I love Sean Parker. Shout out to
Have you gotten to know him?
Yeah.
Yeah, Sean's
a great guy.
Sean's a friend. I just saw him the other day.
It seems that tech is donating to you.
Yeah, which we can talk about. I mean, we talk about anything, whatever you ask me.
Yeah.
But yeah, some people see that as a big criticism. But look, the mayor of the largest city in Silicon Valley.
Why is it a criticism?
Because people are very concerned about tech right now, which is reasonable. I mean, look, there's a lot of fear of job loss, privacy issues, security issues. I mean, job loss is the big fear.
So let's get into it now. We were talking a little bit earlier. This is pretty big, and one of the reasons why I wanted to do this with you is because people forget that this is the 4th largest economy in the world. Huge global impact.
Yeah.
Not just America, but like the world.
Yeah.
And so the governor here is a massively important job, A. B, it has implications, globally and generally is a sort of springboard for a bigger
slightly larger
career.
window, yeah, sure.
Well, I mean, I don't think there's a bigger job that's of interest to me. I'm not looking to run for anything else. But I do think it has national implications because the reason you get the level of partisanship and this MAGA movement and then this more socialistic response is when government isn't working to make people's lives better. I think people head for the extremes.
So, speaking of extremes, AI is going to take over all of our jobs and we're all going to have to have universal basic living wage or whatever.
That's one theory.
Yeah, I'm part of the Yang Gang. He came, did the pod. We loved him. He did a call to action. Bernie, to go back to the years thing of jobs and AI, Bernie's like, can we not just have a discussion about this? Just running rampant.
Oh, it is.
So let's talk about high tech. You're coming out of there. You're the sort of enfant terrible of the ground zero of high tech. And AI jobs, people being afraid.
Look, I think it's a very reasonable fear. We're seeing a lot of tasks get automated. The pace of change is rapid. We know that these technological changes can't be stopped, but we have a responsibility for making sure that they don't hurt people. And this is not a new story. The tractor came along and 80% of the jobs in agriculture eventually went away. Our goal should be to support people through the transition with education, a safety net if they do lose their jobs, making sure we're retooling our K through 12 and post-secondary education to prepare people for the jobs of the future. But there's no denying the fact that work is changing rapidly, and we've got to empower people. What I've done at City Hall is work with others to create an AI upskilling curriculum for our city workers so they aren't displaced, so that they're ahead of the curve. They're learning how to use these new tools and be even more productive, and frankly, if they want to leave City Hall, even more employable because they'll have new skills.
Sustainable health is about consistency, not perfection. And that's what I like about AG1. It puts your multivitamin, pre and probiotics, superfoods, and antioxidants into one scoop. It's a daily health drink that supports gut health, energy, and immune health. So go to drinkag1.com/Shane Smith to get an AG1 flavor sampler and a bottle of vitamin D3 and K2 for free in your AG1 welcome kit with your first AG1 subscription order. That's a $72 value, yours for free while supplies last. So go to drinkag1.com/Shane Smith today. When I talked to Bernie about this and Yang a little bit, you look at the Industrial Revolution and both Smith and Ricardo, capitalism and Marx and Engels, communism, they were sort of apologias for what was happening in the real world, which was everybody moving from the country to the city, going from horizontal production to vertical production. A lot of people are saying that this revolution between quantum and AI is going to be bigger than the Industrial Revolution. So we have a lot of apologies, but we're still looking at it through this right-left lens, right? This old, it's like if you went to the doctor and said, I only want medicine from 1789, right? That's what we're doing politically. So I look at it, and then there's guys like you, there's guys like Bernie, there's guys who are saying, hold on a second, like, we know this is coming. We know a lot of jobs will be lost. What are the solutions? Rather than, let's just wait till we have a gun to our head and try to figure it out then, which tends to be the way that humans do things. So what are some of the solutions that we can have? I have kids, and I worry they're going to get out into this new, industrial revolution or technological revolution. There'll be a 10-year period of no jobs, no houses, no apartments, and then it'll get so dire that we'll have to have a universal basic income or free housing or something will have to happen. But right now we're sort of facing this thing and everyone's going, I don't know.
Look, I think the truth is we don't know how it will play out. The nightmare scenarios, we have mass unemployment, a crisis of meaning, people are out of work, there's nothing for them to do. And in that situation, we've got to have a UBI. And I think there's a lesson to learn from the New Deal, which is we've got to try things. We've got to create constructive projects that require collective action where people can put their skills to work doing something that matters, feeling a part of something bigger than themselves. I would like to think that there's another scenario here, which is that we anticipate where the job growth is and we make sure we're training, educating people for those jobs. Another big trend right now is reshoring. We want to be a country that makes things again. That's actually not likely to be completely automated overnight. Some of it will be, but we need people in the building trades. There's a lot we need to build. We've got a ton of infrastructure that's crumbling in this country. Just here in California, our aqueduct system, the canals, the way that we've become such an agricultural powerhouse is in need of tens of billions of dollars of work. That's going to require people designing, engineering, construction. So I think figuring out where that's going. Another one is what they call the caring economy, whether it's young people, coaching, tutoring, or it's older folks. We have an aging population. There's growing demand for healthcare. I think there will still be jobs, but they won't look like the jobs we have today. They're going to change. So we need to anticipate and actually get ahead of that. Part of it, too, is we have to update the curriculum in a lot of ways. I mean, California's had, frankly, an embarrassing fight over phonics. We're debating whether or not we should teach kids the evidence-backed way of actually teaching them to read. We finally turned the corner on that. But also, we're going to have to integrate these new tools into the classroom so that young people become conversant in how to use them.
Yes, I agree. With 3 kids in the California educational system, you realize that I grew up in the British system and very rigorous with spelling and grammar, punctuation. Not so much in California.
We kind of let that slide.
Let that slide.
Yeah.
Okay, so jobs in AI are going to cause a huge upheaval. Whether we have the right solutions or not is going to mean that this is sort of a positive or negative, or at least somewhere in between.
Yeah.
Housing, and I want to do low, middle, and high. Obviously, homelessness is a massive, massive, massive problem in California. I want to get into that. We have to do something because we spend literally hundreds of billions of dollars, and it seems like nothing happens. A. B, on the mid, you have BlackRock, which I could get into forever because of the 2008 mortgage crisis, and then BlackRock bought it up and became one of their most successful buys. So now they're buying up. So young people can't buy houses. They're priced out of the market effectively. That's mid, and then high, you have rich people, which you're familiar with in California, voting with their feet, going to Texas, going to other countries, going to Nevada, going to more tax, Florida, and mansion tax, millionaire tax, $5 million mansion tax, which in LA is a big deal because there's a lot of houses over $5 million. That has led to a lot of consternation as well. So you've got three problems in housing. I'm going to give them all three at the same time. Maybe just let's start with low, which is the biggest, I think, and homelessness is a big one. Then we get into how do we get affordable housing for young people, and then let's get into this mansion tax.
Yeah, okay. Well, there's a lot wrapped up.
There you go.
Look, in San Jose, we've started to really turn the corner on homelessness because we were willing to look at the data and say what we're doing is not working. To your point, we were spending not billions at the city level, but hundreds of millions of dollars on the most expensive, slowest approach. Brand new housing, $1 million a door, $6
million a door.
A door to build, yeah. I mean, that's in urban areas in California, when we try to build brand new housing in government, the strings that are attached, the process, the bureaucracy is overwhelming. It will take us 6, 7, 8 years to build an apartment building, and we'll spend $1 million a door in many markets. It's absurd.
Why not just do prefab, bang, bang, bang?
Well, so that's absolutely, and there's actually a couple of points on that. One is we've bought prefab sleeping cabins, so smaller units, put them out on publicly owned land at scale. We've added over 2,000 places for people to be and immediately move people out of encampments.
Do they use them?
Yes, absolutely. The scale of our problem is not the same as LA's.
Right.
But we've moved thousands of people indoors.
Wow.
We've led the state in reducing unsheltered homelessness, so people living outside in tents, by 1/3 in just the last 4 years. And not everyone says yes, but the vast majority, 75% of people, if offered their own private sleeping cabin with some on-site services, will take that over an encampment, which is better for them, better for the whole community. So we've become much
encampment being like shanty
these
town.
little tent encampments along the freeways or whatever you see. So that's been a huge shift, and we've made real progress at standing up basic dignified shelter with on-site services, security, case management, meals, sanitation, and just helping people stabilize and then start to turn their lives around. But to your point about that missing middle housing, the cost of construction in California is the fundamental problem. We've, in San Jose, approved 20,000 homes, most of which haven't gotten built because the cost to build is higher than you can ever justify going and getting a loan.
Why?
Okay, so what are the cost drivers? It's a lot of things, but very complicated building codes, environmental regs, years of review to comply with those regulations, risk of litigation, high insurance costs, and then the one I have done the most work to address, high fees. You have cities that will charge one-time fees that sound good on paper. It's a traffic impact fee, a park fee, whatever, you name it, that will add up to 20% of the cost per unit. My view on this is, and it touches the middle and the upper end of the spectrum to some extent, and over time helps everybody, we need to pull back and reduce the level of bureaucracy, regulation, fees that have made housing so expensive to build. In Colorado, they can build the exact same home for half the cost.
Yeah.
You do it faster, there's less litigation. Now the land's cheaper, you can't change that.
When you say litigation?
In California, under CEQA, which is our California Environmental Quality Act, anyone, even someone from out of state, can sue on any project for just about any reason. We have allowed this thing to become so encompassing. It's not just the environment like you might think, clean air, clean water. It's noise, it's shadows, it's traffic. You have to study, hundreds of pages go into these studies, and then you can still be sued if you miss something. It's wild.
And is there a phenomenon of like ambulance chasers trying to go out and make money doing that?
Oh, there's a cottage industry of both the consultants who write the reports and do the studies, most of which, frankly, are kind of generic, because it's not like when we build a housing unit, we've never done it before, but we do these one-off studies. And then lawyers who are employed by, sometimes it's a local union that wants leverage for a better negotiating position. Sometimes it's an angry neighbor that's kind of not in my backyard. I don't want this building casting a shadow, whatever it is. So that's a big contributor. Here's what gives me hope, though. Number one, in San Jose, we cut our permitting times in half. We dropped our fees dramatically.
How?
Well, it's a decision. Our city council voted and said, we'd rather get the housing built than collect a bunch of one-time fees. So we reduced
means less
them.
money for you.
It means less money on the front end. But here's the thing I think often gets missed. If you build that housing, you have a growing economy because you have people moving in, you have more young people, you have more people who can work in the economy and pay taxes, you have people who buy things, that's sales tax revenue. The building itself, if it's built privately, generates property tax revenue. Our analysis shows that 5 to 10 years down the road, you've recouped all the value of those one-time fees, but you've actually given people opportunity.
But it still doesn't address the problem of, okay, so you've got, you get rid of some of the fees, you get rid of some of the bureaucracy, which is infuriating to everyone, but young people still can't go because then BlackRock goes and just buys the house for cheaper.
Yeah,
there it is
let's get into
again.
that. First, though, one thing
The billionaires.
we're finally seeing some innovation in construction. We've been building housing the same way for 100 years. You take all these materials, lumber, steel, nails, whatever, ship it all to the site, and then out there exposed to the elements, you build the thing from scratch, looking at blueprints. I was just down in Long Beach visiting a place called Full Stack Modular, which is one of a number of different factory-built housing approaches. It's an assembly line, and they can build these things steel frame, really high quality. They can get each unit through the assembly line in about 10 days. Because they're steel frame, they can stack them up to 28 stories high. So if you want to do dense downtown housing, you can do that. They can cut the timeline in half and the cost per unit by about 20%. So I think innovation is part of the answer here. California has always been known for inventing the future, evolving, trying new things. New construction methods can allow us to build housing, whether it's publicly or privately financed, faster and more cost effectively. On the BlackRock example, look, I think concentration of power is bad, whether it's in politics or in a market. You want a flexible, competitive market. And I don't think that Wall Street should be able to come in and buy up single-family homes and duplexes that people need and then use that as a way to drive up the cost. And it drives out the small landlords as well. If you have a duplex where somebody's bought the duplex, they're living in one, renting out the other one, you kill that market as well, and you just see more concentration, which means more of this inequality that we're facing. I mean, the country has gotten so unequal.
I know. That's why I'm saying
and upward mobility has declined. We've got to rebuild the middle class. And part of the way to do that is essentially to push back on this concentration of capital that can outbid ordinary people in the marketplace.
I agree wholeheartedly, except for the fact that you're coming from the center of this side of the inequality. You're coming from the place where they build the inequality, where that money, and with quantum and AI, it's going to go further and further that way.
With quantum
that's
and
why it's so
AI,
important to have somebody in the governor's office
guy
who
is such a
understands these
goober.
technological trends. I grew up in a small farming town, working class community. My parents were paycheck
The Vice
to
dude
paycheck.
is such a fucking
I know what it
goober.
means to have a home, and thank God they actually were able to get a mortgage back in the early 80s because we had stable housing. It wasn't like our rent was going up 10% every year. If it wasn't for home ownership, we would have, had to move around all the time because of how tight money always was in my family. You're absolutely right that technology can generate inequality. It can also create incredible entrepreneurship and lots of jobs. And so the question is how to maximize the benefits. It's kind of like back to our AI discussion. AI can automate things and in some ways make life a lot better. We've sped up buses in San Jose by 20% in just the last year by using AI. That's a good thing, I would argue. On the other hand, if all the jobs get automated or all the wealth is concentrated in the hands of a few people, we're going to lose our democracy. So I'm for a progressive tax structure. Let me give you another example of something I think we should have done a long time ago. Very wealthy people will borrow money at a low interest rate, again, but put up as collateral their appreciated stock that they haven't paid capital gains on. That's become a tax loophole. You can borrow at a low cost, use that money, and never pay the capital gains rate on all those stock gains that you have on paper. I think we should put an end to that. That's something where you're basically saying, I've realized this gain because I'm able to borrow against it. I think there are plenty of ways to level the playing field. But I don't think that should make us Luddites. I don't think we should be anti-technology because, look, at the end of the day, we'll just push it somewhere else, whether it's Texas or China. Innovation's going to keep happening. I think we're better off when it happens in California and we can regulate it and shape it and harness it and keep the good high-paying jobs that come with it as well.
There's no right time for better health. There's just now. And AG1 is the easiest, most impactful habit you can add to your day. Sustainable health is about consistency, not perfection. And that's what I like about AG1. It puts your multivitamin, pre- and probiotics, superfoods, and antioxidants into one scoop, and it takes 20 seconds. One scoop, 8 ounces of water. It's a daily health drink that supports gut health, energy, and immune health. And the new next-gen formula, they've added more vitamins and more minerals than ever. Clinically proven.
No! Oh, we're gonna have to
it's
watch
one of the
that.
few daily habits
Oh,
I've actually
no.
managed to stick with. So
God,
go to
that guy is such a fucking goober.
AG1.com/Shane Smith to get an AG1
Right.
flavor sampler
Oh my
and a
God.
bottle of vitamin
That
D3
guy
and
is so
K2
wild.
for
He's
free
so
in your
stupid.
AG1 welcome kit with your first AG1.
Yeah, we'll
And
have
it's
to
so
watch
hilarious.
that
That's
after
a
this.
$72 value.
And it's so
Yours for
hilarious,
free
it actually
while supplies
says
last.
professor
So go to
in the title.
drinkag1.com.
But
/Shane
he's
Smith
not like an actual
today.
professor, right?
Like,
You
yeah,
sound
there's.
like, a
I
little bit
have
like
not.
Rick Caruso, who I'm
Like
a big
Destiny's
fan of,
looked every.
who
I
did
haven't
not
seen
He has
run,
any.
but
no
he
accreditation.
endorsed
Like,
you.
there's
I think between
there's
you
no
and Caruso,
evidence of
what
him
I find interesting
being
about
an
you guys
actual professor.
is you're sort of both.
Yeah, he
sort of
teaches like in a
centrists,
classroom on
saying,
YouTube videos.
like for
That's
example, I
true.
think it was Karl Rove, who was
I
not
don't even know if he's,
political
like,
when he was in
renting the
college, and
classroom
when he came
or
out, he said,
something.
"I had to pick a side," and the Republicans
Wait, I have a
together and
question.
stay on message.
Did he just say Karl Rowe? I want to hear that again. Hang on. Let me just make sure he didn't say Karl fucking Rowe.
You sound like a little bit like Rick Caruso, who I'm a big fan of, who did not run, but he endorsed you.
He did.
I think between you and Caruso, what I find interesting about you guys is you're sort of both sort of centrists, saying, like, for example, I think it was Karl Rove, who was not political.
The V was just very soft, but he did say Karl Rove.
When he was in college, and when he came out, he said, I had to pick a side. And the Republicans stick together and stay on message. So I picked them because they seem to be the better team. Why not come out as a Republican? Because I believe now, if we look at the poly markets, Democrats have gone up, but
I thought he said
it looked like it was going to be 1 or 2 Republican for a little bit there. Running.
I never believed that was going to happen, by the way. I feel like we always see consolidation. People, I think what's been happening in this race is that the gatekeepers, the establishment, the party insiders are
party machines.
They're freaking out that they can't predict the outcome.
Hang on.
And so they tried to scare everyone into believing.
Someone's talking about penis in chat. Beefy half Eskimo, half Chinese BBC warriors who came from the hidden BBC village in Alaska versus 2 gorillas who each are packing 25-inch thick, girthy, and veiny gorilla BBCs. They just popped a Viagra, Blue Chew, an ecstasy pill, smoked a big bag of super Mexican meth, so you know they're horny. Who's winning this match? That's a tough question. Because, like, yeah, the gorillas are super enhanced, but I mean, like, 300 is crazy numbers, though. Fuck. I don't know, Neighboruni. Make your argument, because I'm leaning towards the 300 Eskimos. Yeah. I think to me that's gonna be the winner at the end of the day. Your mom definitely wins that gangbang. Who's your choice, 60? And like, you know, give us your arguments.
Oh, don't get it twisted. He's from the 603.
Oh, 603. Sorry, what is that? What
Oh, you
area
don't
code
know?
is that? No, I don't know what area code that is. Gorillas, because they're on the rhino pills. I mean, yeah, the performance enhancers definitely go a long way, but like I feel like numbers like that are overwhelming. Is New Hampshire? Cool. I've been in New Hampshire. It's pretty chill. Looking at here for Delta V. Okay, that's decent. Hey, thanks for the follow, dude. Appreciate you. Yeah. That's a good question. I like the way he phrased it too. Last 100 Eskimos can bury the gorillas under the first 200. Yeah.
Oh, and they're half Chinese, so they could like optimize actually.
That's true. They can optimize their
Yeah, like the ratio
production
or whatever.
line.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Can I get this guy in here? No. Sir. No, not. Is right? Do this by cost. More expensive. Better. All right, let's jump back in.
We were going to have two Republicans. Right. The Republican Party's consolidating around Steve Hilton, especially with Trump's endorsement. Yeah. So he will likely get through. That means there's a slot for one Democrat. And I am a different kind of Democrat in the sense that I share the party's core values, but I'm not afraid to take on the interests and the establishment within my own party if I think they've got it wrong.
And who are the interested? Is it Steyer is the interest in establishment?
Well, Steyer is a whole other thing. Here you've got an interesting character, a billionaire who made his fortune by investing in private prisons, ICE detention centers, oil and gas companies, and now is trying to convince everyone that was a mistake. He's seen the light and thinks that if he just spends enough of his money, he can buy the seat. I mean, this guy spent $200 million running for president and didn't get anywhere. He's already spent $120 million saturating the airwaves for months in California. Right. And I don't think people are buying it because he's promising.
He's number one, you're number two. How do you beat him?
By being honest with people about how we actually fix problems and being willing to take on interests on either side. We don't need more MAGA. In San Jose, under my leadership as mayor, we've sued the Trump administration for abusing civil liberties and withholding funding that we deserve. But we've also taken on the trial lawyers. And I've been willing to say to our public sector unions, you deserve a raise, but I can't give you a raise that's going to mean layoffs in a few years or mean that we're cutting services for working people. So I try to find balance and pragmatism. If anything, I'm accused of being a policy nerd who spends too much time with the data, but I think California wants a fixer, somebody who's going to fix our problems. And I think that's the best way to fight against the MAGA movement, is to actually show that our values work.
any politician to me has to be part narcissist and part masochist. You know, even the best of them, I remember we spent a lot of time in the Obama presidency, and he could charm any room. You know, he believed that he was right, incredible orator, but like he would take just massive amounts of abuse. Like first being the first African-American president, massive amounts of abuse. And I used to say to him, why? You're a successful guy.
Because if he didn't, he knew, and this is the sad part, if he didn't, he knew they would call him an uppity N-word. And that's the truth. And that's a sad fucking reality, man. That's a sad fucking reality.
But why, as a person, why do you want to do it?
I said no to jumping in this race for a long time. I had a lot of people, including just in my neighborhood and my community, say, you really ought to jump in this race. You're doing a great job in San Jose. Who's going to be the next governor? You ought to jump in. And all of last year I said no, because you're right. I have a great job. I love being mayor of a big city. My wife runs a high school for first-gen low-income students. She loves her job and is doing great work. We have 2 little kids who love their school and their soccer teams, and the life plan has not been to move to Sacramento. But I've watched this race now for a year, and I believe that the state is heading toward an inflection point. We've increased spending in California by 75% in just the last 6 years, and nothing's gotten better. I mean, we have huge looming debts. There are massive projected budget deficits, what will probably end up being about $1 trillion worth of unfunded pension liabilities. We have massive hundreds of billions of dollars of infrastructure with deferred maintenance that needs work. Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee are starting to beat us in education. I mean, a black child in Mississippi is 2.5 times more likely to be on grade level for reading than in California, the progressive, wealthy.
Why?
I think that there's a complacency in our politics. I think politics in California has become very performative. I think many members of my party, the Democratic Party, have suffered from this single-party rule in which we start listening too much to the insiders, the interest groups, the funders in the party. It becomes very insular. I've experienced this when I stepped out and supported Prop 36 because I felt that this combination of addiction, unsheltered or street homelessness, retail theft was causing a breakdown in society, and that we weren't helping people who were addicted. And I stepped out and said, look, I think at some point, if you're repeatedly committing crime, a judge in a drug court ought to be able to say, treatment or jail to sober up, one of the two, pick. And members of my party, the leadership in Sacramento, flipped out that I came out and supported something that they felt was not party orthodoxy. So I jumped in because...
Sorry, why? Because I think if you look at, the sort of shift in the country, a lot of that stuff moved everything towards the right because they see California as a failed state, or at least San Francisco as a failed city. Because of all that you see people looting, and not being brought to justice. The homelessness, which is out of hand or out of control.
Yeah.
And you think you can, stop all those problems?
I think that I can get Sacramento and government at the state, county, city level in our state to focus on the outcomes that matter. I will be relentless as governor about using the bully pulpit, the budget process, the veto, the power of appointments, all the tools the governor has to focus state and local government on making people's lives better. There are a few things we must do better. There are a lot of nice to haves. There's a lot of performative politics around all sorts of issues. But we need to make housing more affordable. We need to make energy more affordable. We need to improve the quality of our public schools. And we need to make our neighborhoods safer and cleaner. That includes getting our vulnerable neighbors, the 100,000 people living outside in tents, indoors, into treatment, into shelter, helping them turn their lives around, and restoring some order and safety to our public spaces for our small business owners, for all of our residents, to be able to enjoy public space and actually feel proud of where they live. I mean, I'm proud to be Californian, but the truth is, in recent years, we have struggled to make people's lives better despite massively increasing spending. There's a disconnect there. And you mentioned the rest of the country moving in a direction. I think there's been more of a competition of ideas in many other parts of the country. And we've had single-party rule and an insular political establishment for a long time. I share many of the values. It's the same party, but I'm willing to admit that some of the things we're doing aren't working, and I'm unwilling to keep funding failure. So I'm running as a change agent from within the party, because the party needs to work. I think there's a lot at stake here. This isn't just about California. This is also about the direction of the country. We've given a lot of oxygen to Donald Trump and the MAGA movement by not fixing our problems in California. The longer you see organized retail theft, sprawling tent encampments, people leaving the state, the easier it is for Donald Trump to point to that and say, these Democrats are all wrong, everything's broken, it's their fault, and you should listen to me. But he's got an authoritarian impulse. He's harming vulnerable people who are just trying to work and create the American dream here for themselves. He's getting us into wars and passing tariffs. I don't know. I mean, this guy doesn't have a plan. I think he's hurting the country. And we've given oxygen to that movement, and we should acknowledge that.
I agree, which leads to my two final questions, which are two big ones, and I'm giving to you at the same time, which is, all of that was very good and very well thought out and sane and rational. Everyone who's trying to get elected has that. They have platforms and they go out and they have talking points and they hit them and they hit them and they hit them. And then they get elected and then everything seems to sort of swirl out of control, and all of the promises made on the campaign trail get bogged down in politics, get bogged down in Sacramento or Washington or where have you. What stops that? You're not king of the world, so how do you navigate those waters? How do you you need political mechanics to go in there, and it seems fix a lot of stuff, which is going to be difficult to fix. So that's the one, and is the pragmatism. And I have a thing here on AI and closing and kids and tech, and you have kids and I have kids, and you come from the land of tech, and go back to Bernie with AI and its uptake.
Go back to Bernie.
There's going to be massive things. So we need for you to keep your promises and get in and do all the things you say you're going to do, which is hard and no one's ever really kind of done it. And then we need to have, as goes California, so shall go the world, we need to be a beacon of, here's what we came up with for AI, here's what we came up with for quantum, here's what we came up with for wealth discrepancy.
Yeah.
So A, the short term, how do you do what you say you're going to do? And B, then how do you use that as a springboard to actually do the shit that we need to do to actually go for the future?
Yeah. Well, look, on the first one, I look like a friendly guy, I smile a lot, but I'm a stubborn SOB. I mean, I grew up in a small farming town, and when I didn't have opportunity, I got a scholarship, a work-study scholarship, to go to a Catholic boys prep school 2 hours away, took public buses every day over a mountain range, 4 hours a day round trip, had to work the grounds crew all summer to pay for my tuition, and that was just the start of my kind of adult life, if you will. And I've always stuck to my guns on things. That's why I've been one of the few members of the party in California who's been willing to challenge the status quo. I ran for mayor of San Jose 5 years ago saying we have to get back to basics. We've got to focus on a few fundamental things: lowering the crime rate, building more housing, reducing homelessness, cleaning up our neighborhoods, things cities can do, things mayors can do. And I have been relentless, focused, and extremely consistent. I came in and set goals around those things, put them up on public dashboards, and said, voters, residents, I want you to hold me and this entire bureaucracy and city council, everybody at City Hall, accountable. So we set public goals. We showed people which of their dollars were supposed to be moving the needle on those things. We measured performance. And believe it or not, it forced a council, none of whom endorsed me. All 10 members of the city council endorsed my opponent. And frankly, the administration, the bureaucracy, was rooting for me to lose. But by sticking to my guns and being very consistent, we are here to deliver results for people, to make people's lives better. And actually measuring and being transparent, everyone has shifted toward that more pragmatic approach. We made San Jose the safest big city in the country. We reduced homelessness by 1/3 in just 4 years. We've gotten thousands of homes under construction, reduced blight dramatically. We're seeing our downtown bounce back. I mean, it's working. So you can't boil the ocean. You can't be everything to everyone. That's the mistake a lot of politicians make. You shouldn't promise things that are unrealistic, like billionaire Tom Steyer is doing right now. But Look, if you pick pragmatic things, we're going to get every kid on grade level for reading by the end of 3rd grade, because that's a big predictor of life outcomes. We're going to clear the way and build housing again. We're going to get people indoors into treatment and shelter. These are things we can do in one of the wealthiest, most innovative, resource-blessed places on Earth. And that gets to your final question. This has to work. California represents the future. We're an aspirational place that has welcomed people from all over the world. We have attracted the best, the brightest, the most innovative. Our diversity, our open culture is why we lead. Our openness is our strength. And we don't just lead in tech, we lead in culture. Look at Hollywood, we lead in manufacturing. Some of the most advanced and interesting new things that are being built here. Agriculture, open space. So California just needs to get back to being California. And the way we do that is by acknowledging that actually, in many ways, our government has become outdated. We're clinging to old approaches. We're funding the same programs because there's an organized interest in Sacramento that says, you got to keep funding this thing, and if you don't, I'm going to spend money against you in your next election. That's bullshit. We need to push back and demand results. And if that means we upset the powers that be, so be it. To your point on AI, there is no doubt that we have to strike a balance between regulating it to protect our children, to protect our privacy. I helped create something called the GovAI Coalition that's all about the responsible and ethical use of AI for public and social good. So we have to do that. It's critically important we get it right. At the same time, we have to also remember that if we simply clamp down and try to kill it, if we try to mandate, well, we can't have autonomous vehicles, we're going to mandate by law that we're going to have a driver in the car,
It goes somewhere else.
That's going to go somewhere else. And we just need to strike that balance.
Yeah, I agree. Last thing, resource curse. You said resource blessed. Are we resource blessed or are we resource cursed? We have so much stuff here. We have mining, we have oil, we have tech, but not just tech. We have new tech, we have old tech, we have tech just that's happening here. And like you said, we have entertainment, we have, everything you can buy, lumber, it's a breadbasket of America.
Yeah.
Yet it seems like we have this resource curse, and I want to go from that. We're so, like, the fourth largest economy, but we're not running it as such. If we were just California, we'd be Switzerland on steroids, but it's not. So, are we cursed? A, and B, the biggest thing, and I live in Malibu, and half of it burned down.
Yeah.
A third burned down, and I drove the PCH to get here, and it's not there, and it doesn't look like it's going to come back anytime soon. How do we, as the third richest country in the world, or fourth richest country in the world, how do we look and say, hold on a second, we've got to stop it from burning down? Like, how as governor do you stop those kinds of? I interviewed Caruso and Mayor Bass about that right after, because it's a tragedy that people have forgotten.
It is. Well, I haven't forgotten it. I just did a roundtable out in the Palisades with folks from Palisades and Malibu, released my housing plan out in Altadena. Look, it comes down to accountability. You asked about resource blessed versus cursed. The truth is both.
I know.
We have unparalleled resources from our people to all the industries you named, our natural beauty and all the rest. I don't think that we have a resource trap when it comes to our people. I think we have the hardest working, most innovative, creative people in the world, and that's our true asset in California. I do think, though, that our government has become complacent and it's become a resource trap in the public sector, because you have a combination of one party that dominates, because we're all in agreement, at least 70% of us as Californians are in agreement that we don't want what Donald Trump and the MAGA movement's offering, and that's the wrong direction for a whole bunch of reasons. But then you have revenue just goes up and to the right every year because of how productive Californians are. And when that revenue goes up 5 to 8% every year, it becomes easy to get complacent and keep funding failure, keep clinging to regulations that are outdated and aren't working anymore, or spread the money around to try to make all the different interests happy. And so these things are connected. The reason you're seeing these outcomes, whether it's the inability to rebuild after the fires, it's high-speed rail not getting delivered, any of the, it's 150,000 people living outside in tents or whatever the number is. That's connected. It's connected to how complacent we've become in a state that's used to, frankly, in the public sector, having it kind of easy because our industries, our different parts of the economy are so productive that the revenue just keeps flowing whether we solve problems or not. But that's coming to an end. That doesn't last forever. And that's why I'm running, because I think we're at an inflection point. This is where we either become accountable, solve problems, and really deliver for the people of California, or we're going to lose that productive capacity. People are leaving. Industries are starting to slow down here, and we're at risk of losing the whole thing.
Yeah, I'd like to say people in this country, I've never seen a country that's, I'm an immigrant, have seen a country that's more views its politics like its sports teams. In other countries, you vote for who you vote for, and you get on with life. And socialists have dinners with right-wing, centrist, Christian, whatever. Here, it's, you're a Republican or you're a Democrat, and near the twain shall meet. But the rule on both sides of look, it's a democracy, change it. And if you don't like it, change it, but you have to vote.
Yeah.
So one of the things I always encourage everybody to do is vote.
Absolutely.
If you have problems with the current government, if you have problems with what's happening globally, if you have problems with what's happening locally or nationally, vote. And look, we have some problems in California. I'm with you. Like I said, I'm like Cal Exit, man. But if we had Cal Exit, we'd be sitting in the richest country, and that would be the #1 passport in the world. I'd finally have a wig. It'd be happy. But if we're not going to do that, then we have to vote in some sane people. You've got a great track record. You've got a great story. Let's hope people vote, and let's hope we get some sanity and some vision. Going forward, and hopefully poly markets are right and you get in there.
I sure hope so. I appreciate the opportunity to sit down with you.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Well, that was very interesting. I like him. I like him quite a bit. Okay. Let's see, where does this fucking idiot start?
With President Xi of China, and we work together very well. They're paying us substantial money, as you know. We've never got money before.
That a lot.
I listened to this Gordon Chang. He has no idea what he's talking about. We have been very tough on China. Tough but fair. And, it's an amazing place. But I have a very good relationship with China, and they've been, during my, I put tremendous tariffs. I put 100% tariff on all Chinese cars coming in, and that's destroying Europe.
So, Gordon, you have no idea what you're talking about. I think we can add you to the list of 1,000 people he has trashed in the last 6 weeks.
Yeah, believe it or not, he's actually right this time.
But in relation to that, earlier we just heard Professor Chang saying that China has not benefited from this war. Do you agree with that? And do you think that Trump has been too soft on China?
Yeah, first of all, I don't think this war is in China's interest, and I agree with Professor Zhang for a lot of reasons. We've seen the spike in oil, but more important, the spike in diesel prices in China. Now, the National Development and Reform Commission has been trying to moderate those. Yes, China does have the world's largest strategic petroleum reserve, but at most, it's 140, 150 days of import cover. The real problem for China, though, is that China is now extraordinarily trade dependent. And that's because Xi Jinping has turned his back on consumption as the basis of the Chinese economy, which means that China's only hope for growth is trade, exports. But in a deglobalizing world, and it's deglobalizing because of conflict around the world, some of which China is responsible for, by the way, we're seeing countries pull back. And that's not good for a trade-dependent country. So in a deglobalizing world, China could very well be the biggest victim of the trends.
Professor Zhang, Donald Trump's deadline for imposing a blockade of the Strait of Hormuz is sort of upon us. No one's quite sure how he's going to implement this. What do you think about this idea of a kind of revenge blockade driven by the United States?
Right. So there's a lot of concern that a naval blockade is not feasible, because if you try to blockade the Strait of Hormuz, then you're within range of Iranian drones as well as ballistic missiles. But if you step back and you think about the larger strategy at work here,
frustrating.
And I think that Gordon is right in that China is very much an export-dependent economy, and it's very reliant on free access to maritime choke points, such as the Strait of Hormuz and the Strait of Malacca. So if Iran can impose tolls in the Strait of Hormuz, there's absolutely no reason why the American military cannot impose tariffs and tolls on the Strait of Malacca. And so that would raise tremendous costs for China. And so maybe the overall strategy is not really directed at Iran, but really at strangling the Chinese economy. And you can do that by actually restraining China's access in certain key maritime choke points.
But, you know, China could, of course, as it did in the tariff war, it could hit back very strongly if it chose to. I mean, I've stood in Shanghai port, which I think is the biggest port in the world, and watched everything going out of there to the West predominantly. If China was to flex its muscles in restricting access of its goods to the world, it might suffer, of course, itself short-term economic harm, but it would cause a lot of damage to the global economy elsewhere. So it's not like they're powerless, right?
Well, as Gordon pointed out, China is an export-dependent economy. So China benefits more from trading with the world than the world benefits from trading with China. So it makes no sense for China to impose an embargo on the world, and it can't really do that. The major question is, does China have a blue water navy to challenge American hegemony over the seas? And the answer is it doesn't. And the problem is that if China were to start challenging America in the seas, especially the Strait of Malacca, then that would activate the Japanese military. And Japan has actually the best blue water navy in East Asia.
Okay, Gordon Chang, you know, roughly 90% of Iran's crude oil exports go to China. That oil revenue supplies around a quarter of Iran's budget, a huge portion of which is then spent on its military. Without China, the regime wouldn't be able to pay its security forces, couldn't subsidize basic goods, and would soon face internal collapse. That is the theory that is, I think, guiding some of President Trump's decision-making over a potential blockade and so on, because Iran has become, in itself, utterly dependent on China. Do you understand the rationale for the blockade based on that?
Yes. And by the way, on Saturday, 2 Arleigh Burkes, American destroyers, transited the Strait of Hormuz twice, and they did so without arrangement with Iran. So I think that if you parked a couple Arleigh Burkes in just outside the strait, you could close it. And that's what President Trump has talked about. Okay. He said that, look, we're going to seize any ship that has paid Iran's tolls. This cuts off all of its oil revenue. So really what we have is a strategy to starve the regime. Whether it will bring down the regime, I don't know. This regime is extremely resilient. But after a while, when you have no money at all coming in, then really you don't have a war effort on the part of the Iranians. So I think that eventually this will work. And the question is, how long can President Trump keep this up? I think that he can keep it up a lot longer than most people believe. So there is the makings of a strategy. And I think that it probably will work.
Professor Zhang, I mean, there's a lot of chatter about what China's view of all this has been, and you've articulated it very well, I think, why it's actually more of a concern than a benefit. It's obviously the war has exposed the fragility of the global economy when it comes to who controls the Strait of Hormuz. That is obvious, and Iran now knows that. And of course, other actors around the world now know that if you control a waterway through which a lot of the world's goods or energy flow, then you can cause paralysis around the world. So that won't have gone unnoticed, I'm sure, to people like Vladimir Putin. But you have also, conversely, had a revelation here that you can paralyze to a degree China in terms of its energy flow coming out of places like Iran. And that may be what Donald Trump has belatedly picked up on. Some people think that this was always his intention. I don't think it was, but I think he's now realized actually this kind of use of the waterways as an economic battering ram can work both ways, hence the blockade.
Well, this thing better not just fall right back.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Donald Trump is first and foremost concerned with using American military power to benefit America first. And right now, America has about $39 trillion in debt. And we've seen these past few years that many nations in Europe and East Asia are shifting away from U.S. treasuries and purchasing more gold. If the trend continues, then America could face a severe debt crisis. And so the way to elevate this crisis is by forcing Europe and East Asia to depend more on North American resources, right? So LNG from America. And you can do that by sabotaging the economies of the GCC, by imposing a naval blockade in the Middle East. And so maybe there's a grand plan here.
Gordon Chang, what does this all mean for Taiwan? You know, America gets bogged down in Iran, its military credibility is damaged. Has the decision to do this given China, if it wishes, a green light to go and take Taiwan? In other words, has it removed the West's high moral ground and ability to complain if they now go and do the same thing to Taiwan, which Trump has done in Iran? Or it's obviously not exactly the same thing, but in terms of attacking.
It's very different because Iran was clearly violating their obligations under the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. They attacked Israel savagely on October 7th. Iran's president in December said that there was a state of war between the United States and Iran. So, you know, it's very different. The thing about Taiwan, and yes, the U.S. has drawn down its stocks, has used them in Iran, and this does create a vulnerability. But Xi Jinping has decimated the top of the Chinese military with his continual purges. And from what we can tell, there have been people who have been Xi Jinping's loyalists who have been purged by Xi Jinping's adversaries. So there is turmoil at the top of the Chinese military. Now, to invade Taiwan, or at least the main island of Taiwan, you have to have a combined air, land, sea operation, which means you need coordination at the top of the Chinese military. And just one detail, the Communist Party Central Military Commission, which controls the military, normally had 7 members on it a couple months ago. Now it has only 2, Xi Jinping and a political commissar. There are no operational officers left on the Central Military Commission, which means that an invasion of Taiwan, at least for this moment, is off the table.
Do you agree with that, Professor Zhang?
I think another consideration are the Japanese. The Japanese Prime Minister has stated that Taiwan is part of Japan's national strategic interest. And if China were to take over Taiwan, then China can impose a naval blockade on Japan. It could basically shut off the Strait of Malacca to Japanese trade. And so this would present an existential crisis to Japan. So if there's any intention on the part of China to take over Taiwan, the Japanese would intervene. So I do not believe that in the next 5 to 10 years, there's any consideration of an invasion of Taiwan.
But it's interesting that the way you described what China could potentially do, because of course, if you're China and you're looking at what's happened with the Strait of Hormuz, that idea that you just proposed as possibly in their thinking becomes a lot more effective, right? I mean, if they wanted to cause real economic damage to Japan and others, they could just do a similar thing over there.
But China is an export-dependent economy. So if global trade stops, then it hurts itself more than other people.
Simple as that.
Simple as that.
And the other thing, Piers, is that, yes, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan get an enormous percentage, 90% of their energy through the Strait of Hormuz. Right now, we have these very large crude carriers in the Gulf of Mexico or Gulf of America because they're picking up American energy from Texas and Louisiana. So that energy trade will redirect. Of course, it will cause severe disruptions in East Asia for a little while, but America has the energy to sell.
Professor Zhang, is there a concern, do you think? I don't know who the concern would predominantly be with, but Donald Trump has been behaving very erratically on the global stage and been deliberately attacking a lot of his allies, from the UK to France to Spain to Germany and others, NATO. Is there a concern that President Xi starts looking like the real adult in the room and that the United States loses that role in perception globally?
The Chinese are first and foremost pragmatic, and the Chinese believe in mutual trade. And so I can see a situation in which the Europeans, the Russians, the Iranians see China as possibly a diplomatic savior in the situation. Certainly the Chinese were instrumental in organizing these weekend talks in Islamabad. So these talks were not effective and there were no results, but we can assume that these talks will become a regular thing even as this war progresses.
Gordon Chang, what do you think? I mean, you know, President Xi's been pretty quiet, not saying too much, letting this all play out. Donald Trump's been the complete opposite, rampaging around, looking increasingly like someone who's not quite sure how to get out of this mess. But if he blames enough people, eventually somebody might accept the blame. You know, is President Xi winning the kind of diplomatic war here, if nothing else?
I think he's certainly winning the propaganda war because he does look stable. There's no question about that. And that's backed up by all sorts of anecdotal evidence and surveys. But Piers, something had to be done about NATO. And, you know, as Mark Rutte, the NATO Secretary General, said, Trump has been great for NATO because he's gotten countries, except for Canada, to agree to that 5% GDP spending limit or floor. So really, these are things that had to be done. Now, yes, you're right. Trump should not have threatened war against Denmark over Greenland, shouldn't have been making those threats against Canada, and those are not helpful. But a lot of what Trump has been saying and doing was really important because previous presidents, previous American presidents have just kicked the can down the road and let NATO erode. They let Iran develop nuclear weapons. They let this and they let that. But Trump, I think, gets credit for doing things which are politically unpopular, but I believe are necessary for the national security of the United States, but also for the safety and security of the international system as a whole. It's not just America first. This is America actually guaranteeing or creating the conditions for enduring peace in the coming decades.
I mean, that's assuming any of this works. You know, I would say the problem with that argument is I can see why this is all in Netanyahu and Israel's interests, because they just want to do as much damage in Iran as they can possibly do. And they found a president that will help them do it and smash it all up. But in terms of the American national interest here, if ultimately this gets resolved with Iran retaining its enriched uranium, with the regime still in place, albeit with different members of it at the top, with the people not rising up in the way that the Israelis had assured the Americans would happen if you decapitated the Ayatollah and the leadership. You know, if all these things, if that's how this plays out,
well,
and the Iranians have learned that they can strangle the global economy at any moment through the Strait of Hormuz if they want to.
Good for you, motherfuckers.
How is that not a terrible,
You're
terrible outcome
pieces of shit,
for the United States?
But at least you did that.
That's a possible outcome, but it's not the only outcome. And we got to remember that the war effort is supported not only by Israel, which is a combatant, but it is also supported by Saudi Arabia and many of the Gulf Cooperation Council states. So they do not want Iran to prevail, and they've been helping the United States, and they've been backing us. So it's not just Israel. It's, I think, the region, which has come to the conclusion that Iran is a danger that can no longer be sloughed off into the future. So, yeah, you have a scenario which is perfectly possible, but there are many other ones as well, which are much brighter.
Yeah, I mean, Professor Chang, there's no doubt that what the Iranians have done by attacking its neighboring Gulf states.
I can't wait if either one of them passes away or retires during the next Congress. I cannot wait for the little temper tantrums Republicans are going to throw when they realize that they fucked up by not giving Obama Merrick Garland.
Has massively antagonized the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and others. They've gone after them in their most vulnerable areas, really, which are hitting the oil refineries and hitting tourist areas. There's been a 10% reduction in people defecting, not defecting, but leaving some of these Gulf states because they fear it's not safe anymore. If that was to continue that trend, or they stayed away irrevocably, you can see the whole business model of moving from reliance on
guys up in
oil,
there.
which is running out, to an economy through the Gulf states based on tourism, sport, entertainment, and so on. It becomes very difficult to sustain that if you don't have the people. So the stakes are pretty high here, aren't they?
It is possible that GCC does not survive this war. As you point out, the GCC is heavily dependent on expatriates, on international financing, and on global trade. And this war has shown that the GCC is really a mirage, created under the illusion that they will be protected by the American empire. In fact, we have the petrodollar system because the GCC.
No! I'm so surprised he's talking about the petrodollar. Nobody saw that coming.
An agreement with America where the GCC would sell its oil in US dollars and recycle back into the US economy in exchange for American military protection. So not only did America not start this war without their consent, but when this war started, the Americans abandoned their military bases and sought shelter in hotels, and that's why they were targeted by Iranian drones. So this was a very bad deal for the GCC, and I think it's very hard for them to survive this war, and that's why I think there's so much anxiety and pressure to launch a ground invasion against Iran.
When we spoke the last time you appeared on Uncensored, you were predicting that America would have to commit ground troops. Let's take a look.
Iran is putting a lot of pressure on the GCC, and I think at the end of the day, the United States will be compelled to send ground forces. Once the United States sends in ground forces, there's no turning back. It's all in. The sunk cost fallacy kicks in. It'll be another Vietnam for the United States because Iran is a mountain fortress. And the United States right now...
No, not the mountains! Not the mountains, you guys! It's a mountain fortress!
Have the manpower, the manufacturing capacity, and the political will to fight a long war of attrition on the ground in Iran.
Now, you previously predicted correctly that Trump would win the election. You predicted the war with Iran. You also said that the United States would lose that war ultimately, and that remains to be seen. But on that specific prediction about the United States eventually having to commit troops, was that predicated on having to get the enriched uranium or in trying to effect a regime change?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a latter, where it is impossible to effect regime change from the air. And it's not sustainable in the long term. We're already seeing American F-15s, F-35s being downed by the Iranians because, first of all, it's hard to maintain these expensive $100 million planes in a long war. And second of all, the Iranians are developing creative air defense strategies against the Americans. So eventually, if you want to continue this war, you're going to have to send in ground troops because it's too expensive to maintain an air war.
But the cost on human life from a ground invasion could be catastrophic, not just for the people who get killed, but also for the massive political fallout that would head Donald Trump's way. And of course, he has got the backdrop of the United States midterm elections in November.
If you go with the attitude that one American soldier is worth more than $100 million F-15 or F-35, you're going to lose this war.
Right. So what should the attitude be?
Well, first of all, America should not be in this war. America should have negotiated a peace treaty with Iran. America should have lifted all trade sanctions against Iran and allowed for civilian Iranian enrichment, and this would have brought global prosperity to the world. The Iranians were perfectly happy to abide by a nuclear treaty that they signed under Obama, and that treaty was going very, very well. So first of all, this war should not have started. Now that this war has started, I think it's imperative that the Americans recognize that this war is lost, it cannot be won, and refuse to commit ground troops. Because once it commits ground troops, then this war becomes a sunk cost fallacy, mission creep. It'll be like another Vietnam. So right now, it's a turning point. I implore the Americans, do not send in ground troops. Once you send in ground troops, you're stuck there for 10 years.
Don't send in your Guam
I think
troops.
that's almost certainly true.
Don't send in
I
your
mean, Gordon
Guam
Chang,
troops.
You know, that paints a pretty rosy picture of the Iranian regime, you know, towing the line on the global stage. They've shown very little evidence they would do that. And in fact, of course, the whole point of the war from the Israeli point of view is that they've been the octopus providing the tentacles of terrorism to the Houthis, to Hezbollah, to Hamas, to terrorize Israel for several decades now. And that is why Israel wanted to neutralize that threat. And that is why Netanyahu worked so hard to persuade Donald Trump to bring America into it.
That's what he does.
I mean, do you think that the picture there that Professor Zhang paints of Iran being a reliable actor, perhaps if we've done things differently, is that a likely scenario?
Yeah, I don't share it. So, for instance, with the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, the JCPOA that President Obama negotiated, we know that the Iranians violated it. And President Trump, when he pulled out, said he couldn't certify a compliance. And we know that the Iranians were stalling and preventing inspections, which were part of that plan. And that was a direct contravention of its obligations. So, no, I don't think Iran can be trusted. I'd like to think that they could, but at least on that one, and that's the most direct precedent that we have seen that they violated it. And by the way, they have 60% enriched uranium, which they admitted to. And so that's clearly a violation as well. You just go through the list of this, Piers, and I just don't think that Iran could be trusted. It's unfortunate, but that's the nature of the regime. It wanted a nuclear weapon, absolutely determined to get it, and it would lie and cheat and steal, which it did.
What is your
Or is he
prediction,
talking to him?
Gordon Chang, for how this plays out?
Oh, he's doctor. Oh, that's why he's calling him doctor.
Is determined by one individual, President Trump. And I don't know. You know, you're absolutely right when you say he's unpredictable.
Oh my God!
Now we know what he says.
Well, we saw him with the
he
Olympic
is
team.
as good as his word on these issues for various reasons. He's been consistent about Iran not getting a nuclear weapon. He started this war, which he knew was going to be unpopular. So he's obviously determined to see it through. But, you know, as I said, it's up to one individual, and we're just going to have to see. As I said, I think he's going to be as good as his word.
Finally, Professor Zhang, I couldn't let you go without mentioning an encounter you had with Mehdi Hassan, who's a regular on Uncensored, in which he said you're misleading people because you're not actually a professor. And secondly, he called you China's useful idiot. Here is your chance to respond to these two charges. What would you like to say?
First of all, he's absolutely right. I am not a professor. I am not a credentialed professor. I'm a high school teacher with a pretty popular YouTube following. And it's the internet that has called me professor. In China, it's not respect to call someone a professor, regardless.
Oh, we figured it out.
He finally
so
fucking
up to
said
you
it.
whether
How
or not
about that?
a professor. And the second point that I'm a useful idiot. Look, it is entirely possible that an algorithm is propping me up because I'm saying certain things that align with the interests of certain nation states, and I don't dispute that. My rise in the internet has been meteoric. It's surprised me, but I'm committed to education. I'm committed to free debate. I'm committed to free discussion. I am perfectly happy to engage with people on both the left and the right, and I think like the path forward is open and free debate.
Yeah, I completely agree. Gordon Chang, what is your view of Professor Zhang? Are you happy to call him a professor? And do you think he's China's useful idiot?
You know, everything that Professor Zhang just said, I can certainly agree with him. I understand that title is something that people have given him, and that's fine with me. You know, he has views. Some of them align with what the Communist Party of China believes. Some of them do not, as we just heard. He has his views, and I wouldn't characterize him with that useless idiot term. I think he just has views that both do align and don't align with the powers in China.
Yeah, which from where I sit is actually a pretty good place to be. I have the same about my own country and my own government. I agree with them about some things. I disagree with them about others. Last time I checked is actually a pretty good place for most people to find themselves. But anyway, I'm quite happy to call you Professor. Professor Zhang, I think you are
I'm
an
happy
internet
to call you
sensation. It's
Professor.
great having you
Here's
on
fuck off.
Uncensored regularly now, and please come back soon. Thank you both very much.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you.
guys.
Well, joining me now are two members of the Iranian diaspora with very different views about the war and what happens next. Sam Asghari, he's the Iranian-American actor, and Sarah Amari, he's the Iranian-American journalist and US editor of Unheard. Well, welcome to both of you. Both Iranians, both have very strong views about this, and I'm very aware, having spoken to a lot of Iranians myself in the last 6 weeks, that opinions, they've evolved, they've fluctuated, people have changed their minds completely as it's gone on, because obviously those who wanted regime change have seen the supreme leader taken down and many of his top people taken down, but the regime itself still appears to be intact. So has there been regime change? Many think that hasn't happened. Has there been a popular uprising by the people? Not so far. Have the Iranian regime, have they found a way to strangle the global economy through the Strait of Hormuz in a way that may have even surprised them? Yes. So there are lots of complexities to this, and I wouldn't pretend otherwise. But Sam, let me start with you. Welcome back to Uncensored. What was your view at the start of the war on day one, and what is your view now?
My view from the start of the war till now is the same. I mean, nobody wants war. Nobody wants innocent people dying. Nobody wants the American soldiers being sent overboard, that cause any sort of casualty to the innocent people between these two governments. And that's been the same. I mean, we never want war to start, but we figured that this is going to be the only way that this regime is going to get weakened, and it has already become weakened, and it sort of looks like there's a lot of chaos that's happening within the leaders that are left. So my views are standing the same, but again, we haven't really seen anything coming out of Iran because the internet shutdown and the total blackout that they had. So it's very hard to see what's really happening within the people inside of Iran, but nobody wants really to be bombed, and nobody wants to be under that much pressure, especially when they were already under economic pressure to begin with. And so we just figured to wait and see what really happens within the next few weeks in Iran to really figure out what's going to be the future.
Okay, Sarah, welcome to Uncensored. What was your view on day one, and what is your view now?
My view on day one was driven mainly by my status as an American, not someone who happens to be born in Iran, which is this was a war that the president more or less explicitly said he wouldn't do during his campaign, that it was unpopular, and that it would not serve U.S. national security interests. And my view today remains the same. It's surveying the field. It's completely unclear whether this war has achieved anything. The regime has hardened. There is lots of signs of the rally around the flag, which I and many others like me predicted. Ideologically, a lot of the people who would have made a deal potentially with the West are dead, as the president himself said early on at some point in an interview in the war. The people who are left are younger Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps members who are more radical and who are in a way chafing under the restraint imposed on them by the previous supreme leader, and now they feel unrestrained. It's come down to whether or not the Strait of Hormuz stays open or closed. In other words, it's come down to restoring a status quo ante that wouldn't have been disrupted but for the war. And I'll say this, look, the reason I'm speaking to you from New York rather than Tehran is because my family and I are no fans of the Iranian regime. There's no question about that. It's a theocracy, it's been repressive. However, you have to think about whether or not the experiences of the post 9/11 years when the US tried these kinds of wars in the Middle East have served the US well, and they didn't. They created vast swaths of stateless and chaotic territory in places like Libya that's still feeding migrants into Europe. Syria went through a brutal civil war and then ended up under the leadership of essentially an al-Qaeda warlord. Afghanistan, after 20 years of blood and treasure expended, is back in the hands of the Taliban. And Iraq is this mess that's kind of an Iranian satrapy. So with all that in mind, you have to wonder what's going to be achieved. Now, there is a way to do regime change in Iran, but it's not this kind of warfare. You'd have to deploy, estimates range from 500,000 to 1 million troops, and no one in the United States has an appetite for that. So, you know, I think if I'm in the Iranian leadership, I'm actually feeling pretty good right now, having revealed my ability to squeeze the global economy. And essentially, I now realize as an Iranian leader, if I'm sitting in Tehran, I have a nuclear weapon called the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah.
It's been an enormous waste and potentially a costly strategic blow to the United States. And that pains me as an American.
Yeah, this is how I feel about it. You know, Sam, bringing you back in, one of my big problems with President Trump in all this is the constant mixed messaging and changing of messaging. You know, at the launch of what he called Epic Fury on February 28th, an address to the world, he said, finally, to the great proud people of Iran, I say tonight the hour of your freedom is at hand. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. And we know from the New York Times reporting several days ago that Benjamin Netanyahu, in the White House Situation Room, in the build-up to this war, one of his persuasive arguments to Trump was that if you decapitate the leadership, then there will be an uprising. And he even went further, Netanyahu, and said that there'll be no attention paid to the Strait of Hormuz because all the attention will be on the IRGC dismantling and the people taking over and so on. Well, none of the rest of that has happened. We've seen the Ayatollah taken out, but replaced by his son. We don't know the condition of the son, but he's apparently still alive and is the new supreme leader. There are 250,000 members of the IRGC. Many of them are still there. Underneath them, there's nearly 500,000 paramilitaries, heavily armed, loyal to the regime. And below that, there's the standing army of nearly 1 million people. So there's an enormous armed force there. And as Sarab said, if you're actually going to try and get rid of the regime, you've got to have enough troops on the ground to take on a force like that. And there's no appetite whatsoever for anyone to do that. So that isn't going to happen. So, you know, my problem has been...
Yeah, I saw that. Thank goodness.
After Trump posted that, he then posted only last week, a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will, which is the most explicit espousing of potential genocide I've ever heard an American president come out with. He's basically saying we're going to kill every Iranian. How that sits with this is your hour of freedom at hand to the Iranian people is completely baffling to me. So, you know, as an Iranian, are you not finding that as problematic as everybody else? I mean, do you not think that that's an extraordinary double messaging coming out of the White House?
As an American, I feel that that's not very presidential to speak when it comes to tweeting or whatever social media that you use, especially if this war or this operation ever started because of humanity. Remember, the whole point was that Iranian people were in need of help, and that was the whole campaign behind it. So it's something that absolutely, as an American, I don't agree with, as a person, I don't agree with, and as a Iranian-born, I don't agree with. But I think what the president was trying to do here is negotiate with the Iranians the way that they speak. He was speaking their language, and he sort of was doing that. So, but that's something that you don't usually do when it comes to political aspect for the other people to see. I mean, I see private messages between them and the president of the United States. That's one thing, but you know, putting it out on the social media and to sort of play that role, it doesn't really play for American people, for the Iranian people. So it's absolutely not the way to speak. But again, he has been really trying to talk to these lunatics like a lunatic.
Yeah, but you see, I just don't think that is the correct way to do it. You know, it's like, yeah, you can behave exactly like your enemy, but if your argument is that this enemy is a bunch of appalling genocidal lunatics, you should rise above them. You should maintain in public at least, a high moral ground, I think. And I think, you know, the problem with saying a whole civilization will die tonight is that when they don't, you become the boy that cried wolf. You become the emperor with no clothes. Your whole standing of issuing these sort of apocalyptic threats and then not carrying anything out is that if you're the Iranian regime, you're like, well, he blinked. You know, however Trump tries to spin it, he blinked. And once you blink and you're the president of the United States, you know, I think as Sohrab said, then you're inviting the regime to feel that, well, we had an existential threat to our existence and it's not happened. So in effect, we have won. It's just a question of the terms now.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would harp on the strategic mistake. Set aside the moral dimension, which of course horrified lots of people, not least the Holy Father, Pope Leo. I happen to be a Catholic.
Yeah, me too.
But setting that aside, it just, you know, you remember those hours. He said, I will rain fire upon you and destroy your civilization. Especially talk of civilization is so sensitive for Iranians because they justly take pride in a very old civilization.
Yeah,
2,500 years old. And then, you know, in a matter of hours to say, yes, I've accepted the Iranian framework as a 10-point sort of opening for negotiations, which included Iranians charging a toll for passage through the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, that looks ridiculous. And again, American prestige some of it rests on this possibility that the United States is this power that has several thousand strategic weapons and could truly end a nation if it wanted to. But it's, you know, it was never said explicitly, and to have said it explicitly and then to go back to a position of, well, maybe the Iranian 10-point plan is a good basis for negotiations is farcical. That's bad for American power. And again, that's what pains me more so even maybe than the moral dimensions of the bluster.
Yeah, I mean, Sam, none of the 10-point, 15-point plans, none of them actually articulate regime change as something to be negotiated even. So it seems like that's not even on the table at the moment. But again, I come back to the goalposts have changed so often here. If I was Iranian, especially if I was living in Iran, I'd be like, I just don't understand what is happening here. Are we going to get to a situation where, because of the Strait of Hormuz being closed in the way that it's been so effectively by the regime, because of the way they've tactically attacked their Gulf state neighbors, in a very damaging way to the business model going forward for all of those Gulf states? And I've been to them a lot in the last couple of years. And if you're in Saudi Arabia or Qatar or UAE, you know, your business model you're selling to the world that's been very successful to date has been, come here, it's safe, it's sunny, it's going to be entertainment, great for tourism, great for sport, and so on. And that right now, that's all on hold, which is devastating to them. So there's been a double-pronged economic
Let's see what you got going on here.
war being waged by the regime, whilst the Americans and the Israelis have been waging a predominantly military war, saying we've got overwhelming power, we're going to destroy you. But you know, this asymmetric double war, I don't think has worked for America in particular. I don't think the Israelis care, but I think Trump does, and he's seeing the political damage now in the polling. This was already a war most Americans didn't approve of, and that has increased that disapproval. So my gut feeling is Donald Trump got into this because he believed that when Netanyahu said all these things will happen, he believed it. And the reality is most of it hasn't happened. So in that eventuality, how long do you want to see? And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to call you an Iranian. I accept your. How would you categorize yourself? An Iranian American?
I was for a second. I wasn't sure if you put her ass right in my face.
Are you talking to me, Peter?
I was like, what is that? Okay, it's your face.
Born in Iran, made in America.
Maybe someday.
So how do you? What do you prefer to be? An Iranian American or? I don't want to put words in your...
That's an interesting idea.
No! What have I done? No! No! I am forsaken. I am forsook.
Forsook. Forsook. Forsook. I'm against suck. Are you for or against suck? For suck.
Oh my god.
So clean your face.
You practically gave me a bath there, Muffin.
Let's go.
Cheers.
He said you dirty
Oh,
bastard.
jeez, Rick.
Oh, jeez. Wait. Oh, jeez, Rick.
What is it, Morty? Morty, you gotta get the seeds, Morty. You gotta put them up your butt.
Yeah, you put your butt on my shirt.
All right, so dumbass professor's gone. Oh, Cinderella is on. I know he's arc raiding right now, but he'll probably come out of mute to say hello if you say hi.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Hey.
He says, "Yeah, I'm still here."
Okay. Let me look on in there. You be sweet to sister. Oh, you're poor.
All right, let's watch some of
She's not involved in a billions and billions of dollar crypto scheme
No,
scandal.
she's even worse.
Okay?
She's the kind of person that will arrest
she's
a
not.
mother
Hold on.
taking
That's
care of a
insane.
child
You gotta let me
for
finish.
having cancer.
Dennis,
okay?
okay.
That's the
So
kind of
Dennis,
That Kamala, did that she arrested a mother just because that mother was taking care of a child that had cancer? That's
No way.
On our database. Oh, the Deaf Noodles guy.
By the way, you mentioned Epstein.
Made
I
it.
guess a relative pitch interval quiz. If there's a daily on it, I'll do it.
About that. So I don't know if you're
Wait,
aware
no,
of
no,
this. but-
answer your own question. Why did she flub it? Because you asked a question, you didn't answer
Sure.
it. You pivoted to something else.
Sure,
Don't you have
sure.
a
The reason why
second
she-
camera,
It's
Cinderella?
not step down sooner, but that's not what this debate is about. And I can
In terms with having
Yeah.
Dennis just
Why?
said.
Okay,
And I'll start
Why
by
is it
saying
not
this.
on her
on?
daddy podcast, which ultimately just floundered. She couldn't even come to terms
Oh.
with having an unscripted interview with Joe Rogan. That's how terrified she is of going off of the regular talking points. You mentioned tariffs. It's interesting because Kamala Harris isn't necessarily against tariffs. She is. She's against the tariffs in the sense of imposing our commercial negotiations on top
Who's breathing? Hello? Is somebody dying?
of for better commercial negotiations. She's
Oh,
actually
that's
for
kinda
tariffs when
Yeah,
it comes
let
to
me have it
electric
afterwards.
EV mandates. When it comes to these sorts
I
of
need to prepare.
woke
I need-
environmental
all right,
policies that
next-
have crippled my
next
state
go
of
around,
California.
I'm
That you can't
preparing a
even
little better
build,
for
you can't even
this.
change your garage door without having to get 9 inspections on it. That's what Kamala Harris. That's what her vision for the whole country is.
Oh,
yeah, it's funny you bring up all these points. You just had a whole bunch of word vomit for about 5 minutes. where you
Are we not at war? Are we not at war? Are we not?
Very much.
Was that word
very
vomit?
much disavow the war. I don't think it's a good idea. I have called
I
for
don't think it
from
is
the beginning. I'm part of that coalition within the
Can I ask you,
Republican
Dennis?
Party.
Dennis, can I ask you?
Dennis.
Can I ask you, Dennis? Who was the guy who said he was going to be a war-free peace president and there was going to be no types of regime change? I'm sorry. Who was the guy who said that?
Trust me, I'm equally critical of
Yeah.
Trump, and this is the difference.
I don't think you are. I don't think you are.
This is the difference between the Republican Party and the Democrat Party.
Bro,
We can
I
actually be
am
critical of our leaders. You guys
yeah.
demonstrated during this last election that whoever you put up, whoever you anoint as leader of your party, whether through a Democratic primary or not, whether it's somebody appointed by an elite, you guys all get behind that person and you create this echo chamber where no criticism is allowed. I am
Okay, so you
critical.
don't. You're
Really, bro? Really?
wrong.
So is Massey, so is Marjorie Taylor Greene, so are many other people in our coalition.
Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene, who are part of your coalition. Massey is the most hated person by Donald Trump, and Marjorie Taylor Greene literally resigned. What are you talking about? What?
Well, first of all, Marjorie Taylor Greene has been critical because Donald Trump didn't endorse her. We're talking about 1 or 2%
I
of
can
elected
actually
officials that are
just use
Republicans,
the
who, by the way, have an
same
opportunity
camera
to stop
'cause
this
I'm
war, but they don't have the
doing
backbone
it
to do it. I've been very
through
critical of the Democrat Party. I was very critical of Joe
broadcast.
Biden. He should have stepped down sooner. If you want to talk about word vomit, you just talked about some podcast that Kamala was in that she spent a lot of money for, but you don't talk about.
You don't think that level of spending and mismanagement?
Hold on, let's talk
is
about that.
representative of that?
Let's talk about
office would be with money and
Sure,
governance?
sure. But I'm not going to talk about some
So you agree to
podcast.
that?
What I'm going to hold on. I'm not going to talk about some podcast. I'm going to talk about the fact that when Donald Trump was president, he got his $8.2 trillion in debt. But you'll equally go after both sides. But you want to talk about some stupid podcast?
Dude, I really like Brian Shapiro. Not because he's the best with
she was actually
facts,
appointed. She had a
but
special
because
appointment
he's
from
such an
her
asshole
president to take care of the border,
and it's fun to watch.
Could you turn your mic up
20
just a
million
little
people
bit,
entered the
sir?
country during that period.
Dennis.
Yes.
Could you turn your mic up just a little bit?
A tad? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm happy to talk about what Dennis just said, and I'll start by saying this. Joe Biden didn't ask, or it wasn't his choice to get us into a global pandemic. He took that over. He also didn't ask Vladimir Putin to invade Ukraine. But you see, when Joe Biden is president of the United States, you guys forget
like him
pause.
'cause
Hold on,
he's
you guys
Jewish.
forget about cause and effect. Just give me another 30 seconds here. Donald Trump decided to go to war in Iran, a very unpopular.
I mean, I don't hate that part.
Number one, that's not even-
Yeah.
the most charitable take on this, the most charitable person who's seen everything play out wouldn't agree with you that he decided. Even
So
Marco
whose choice was
Rubio, Tom Cotton,
I just like.
Speaker
Actually,
Johnson all said
I don't
it was
like
very
that
credible
part, but
because
it's
it's
fun. It's interesting that it's.
Don't you?
protected American interests.
Yeah.
What? Israel was going to attack Iran, so we had to do it first? What,
I mean, it's
what is
kind of
this line
shitty
logic?
that that like
It's in the area.
Dennis, where's the evidence?
Where's
is
that when
even
Russia
in any way
invaded Ukraine?
could be
Yes,
controversial.
So we should have attacked
to
Russia? Well,
say.
Ukraine doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Oh my
It's
God.
no.
Rubio said this on day 2? Okay.
First of all, hold on, let's
It's not accepted,
Only with,
like,
like,
you know,
again.
She went
yeah,
about, you know what her foreign policy is? You know what, remember that interview where she's asked, oh, what would you do in this? She's like, just don't.
Yeah,
don't.
both
That's her
the
foreign policy.
far
Again,
right
that-
and the
again,
far left.
Again, that's not true.
which,
So
you
basically,
know,
what you're saying,
I'm
basically,
technically
no
on both
evidence.
sides.
Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth,
Because they
nobody in the Trump
Yes, I'm
administration
in
has
the
presented any
space
evidence that
station.
Iran
Look
was an
at
imminent
this.
threat to the United States of America. None. Zero. But
I
yet,
agree on that. I agree on that. But I also don't like the hypocritical stance of claiming that the bunker buster bombs had taken care of the job, and all of a sudden we have to go back in to finish out the job.
So then why are you
there's
saying
hypocrisy there?
you're making
We
my
don't have
argument?
to,
You're making my argument for me. Then it
No, I'm
was
not making
Donald
your
Trump's
argument
choice.
for you.
Yes,
I'm
you
not being
are.
It is
partisan, and
spacing.
I'm recognizing the truth of the situation. This is the problem with Democrats and people. This is why you are sitting here. And
This is really the Merck's Law thing. I think I've heard that before, and I have talked about this before, but I need to focus on this
Look
more.
at
One of the biggest,
moon.
Merck's Law is like the biggest failing in American politics is seeing the Democrats as having like the ultimate agency and Republicans as having no agency. Listen how far out of the way we're going here to explain why Trump had to attack Iran. Like it's all responsive to everything. Like Israel's going to attack first. I'm sorry, Trump can't tell them to fuck off. What is all this rhetoric I've heard about Trump being unpredictable and terrifying to deal with because he's just such a crazy madman that he can bully around the entire rest of the world? Okay, then he has no control whatsoever on the countries that are supposed to be closest to us? What?
Disingenuously arguing in favor of one of the worst leaders in the history of this country, Kamala Harris, because you guys are so partisan. You'll say, no, I take criticism.
Okay, so hold on. We got to back up.
In line,
okay.
and you're defending the person that the pro.
Talk about the projection there, falling in line. My God.
The plurality.
Let me be clear.
All of a sudden, every swing state. Do you understand how you're arguing a losing battle? Nobody thought she was good.
Yeah, so Dennis, let me just give me a minute here. First of all, Dennis doesn't know much about me, and that's okay. I'll fill him in on something. Dennis, I'm not even a Democrat. I lean to the left on social issues. I did not vote for Barack Obama. I did not vote for Hillary Clinton. So it's not you guys. You got to stop saying that. I do lean to the left on social issues. Let me be very clear. I would have voted for. I'm a registered independent. I would have voted for a ham sandwich under Donald Trump rather than Donald Trump. Do you want to know why?
Here's a fun
fact.
I'll
tell you why.
President.
Running for office in California as a Republican, but I rejected the endorsement of my party. But I have received an endorsement from the American Independent Party. So
okay, well, okay, good. So first of all, the reason why I'm saying Kamala would have been a better president, I never said Kamala was perfect or she would have been great.
Yeah,
Here's something I will tell you. Kamala Harris is not a liable sexual abuser. She's not a 34-count felon. She's not involved in a billions and billions of dollar crypto scheme
no, she's
scandal.
even worse. She's the kind of person that will arrest a mother taking care of a child for having cancer.
Dennis,
okay?
So Dennis,
that Kamala did that. She arrested a mother just because that mother was taking care of a child that had cancer. That's pretty horrible. Jesus.
Dennis, if you really want to, Dennis, if you really want to compare the moral equivalency of Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, who, by the way, is in the Epstein files more times than Jesus' name is in the Bible, I'm happy to have that conversation with you.
That's a complete straw man.
Okay, you voted for a guy who is a liable sexual abuser. You voted for a guy whose own ex-wife said that he raped her. You voted for a guy who is a scam artist, whether it's Trump University. I can go down the list of the discrimination lawsuits that he had to pay out over time. You voted for the guy who's
Kamala Harris.
I figured Jordan could do without all of that reading about
every swing state.
Not true.
That's how bad Kamala Harris was. That's how
but they got a
awful she
new
was.
there's a new
sorry
skin
about that.
in
It also
our
exposes how ignorant and ill-informed so many people in this country. And by the way, 49. Hold on, let me finish.
Yeah.
Let me finish. First of all,
That's
everything, Dennis, everything you say.
Dennis,
Dennis, you gotta let Dennis.
Damn,
First of all, half the country didn't vote for Donald Trump. For the people that voted,
more than half the country, yes.
Dude, you gotta let me talk for more than 10 seconds, man. It's like every 5 or 10 seconds. I don't think we have to do this. I've done plenty of debates like this. I don't think we need to do that. You gotta let me finish. 49. Thank you. 49% of the people who voted for Donald Trump.
Oh, there's a couple of new ones.
Half the country
There's one
right now
called
is in the low 30s. A lot
Rawhide.
of people regret their vote. Okay, so don't give me the nonsense that if there's one thing that Donald Trump exposed, it's how many stupid people there are in this country, and we wouldn't be in this war right now if so many people didn't vote. Now, a lot of people didn't vote for Kamala because she was a woman. I think a lot of people were not ready for that, unfortunately, and it's very, very sad.
I
But the
am
fact of the matter
actually
is, if it's
hungry
between
for
Trump and Kamala, Kamala's not on the Epstein files thousands of times. Kamala doesn't have 25 people that accused her of rape or sexual assault. She's not a liable sexual abuser. Last I checked, she hasn't made billions and billions of dollars in a swindling crypto scandal. So if you want to compare the moral equivalency between Kamala Harris, who, by the way, is a pretty good mother and a pretty good wife and a decent human being, if you want to talk about policy, I'm happy to go into that with you. But please don't try to conflate the morals, who Donald Trump, who said I don't respect John McCain because he was captured, who dodged the military multiple times. You're going to lose that argument, dude. You're going to lose that argument.
Well, I think it's ironic that you bring up the Epstein files, considering that
they didn't release
the
them.
ability to release it and refuse to
Same
do
talking
it.
points.
Had to come up to the guy
Same
who's apparently
talking
as many times as you say he is to do it. And by the way, it's a complete straw man to actually even mention it like that. I thought you would have learned from trying to say this to Kai. Kai Schwemmer completely owned you on that one. He demonstrated the length of first off the length of the Bible versus 3 million pages of Epstein files. Next, the majority of the mentions of Trump, it's mostly Epstein trying to figure out how to take Trump down. Epstein hated Trump, and it's been well documented. Now, obviously, I'm not sitting here trying to litigate every single thing Trump has done. He's a morally flawed person.
Morally flawed.
But that's not why myself and the vast majority of Americans in every swing state voted for Trump. It's because the entire country recognized that we needed leadership, and Kamala Harris just wasn't the person to do it. And obviously, there's an argument to be made about when he came into office versus where he is at now. Obviously, there are a lot of decisions of his, especially as of late, especially getting involved in the Iran war, that I personally do not agree with. Even the rollout of the Epstein files, I thought that was a disaster.
She's got a hold of my nuts.
You know,
why did she do that? Why do you think she flubbed it? Who was she protecting, Dennis?
I'm here to speculate all day. It's flubbed.
Huh?
I'm grateful
Why?
she's been fired. I don't know, dude. I don't know why she.
You don't
flubbed it.
know? Let me ask you a question. By the way, you mentioned Epstein. Let's talk about that. So I don't know if you're
Wait,
aware
no,
of this.
answer your own question.
Huh?
Why did she flub it? Because you asked a question, you didn't answer. You pivoted to something else.
Sure. The reason why she
go ahead and speculate.
it's not speculation.
Why is all the rum gone?
Did you tell Pam Bondi that Donald Trump is in the Epstein files? 8 times he refused to answer the question. You want to know why? Because they all knew he was all over the Epstein files. It's why millions of files have still not been released. It's why so many files have been redacted that we know have Donald Trump's name in it. And going back to Ghislaine Maxwell,
that's absolutely disgraceful. It really is.
Thank you. I'm glad we agree on that. Let's talk about
God, the volume, guys.
You need to go more?
How is it that Modern Day Debate's been doing this for like 5 years? They still haven't figured out like the basics of like Zoom. Guys, come on,
Fucking
James.
Belarus.
Oh, no, Mike,
Shit.
So you guys let me know if you need to go more.
You're being, it's George Soros. They're silencing you. It's George Soros. So Ghislaine Maxwell, let's talk about her for a moment.
What?
Joe Biden,
Seriously?
are you aware that
Fuck
Maxwell was not
Belarus.
only under investigation during the Biden administration, but those files were sealed out during the trial and after the trial, when in fact she was appealing? Now listen, if there's any president that could have released the files and didn't, I think that's wrong. But I can tell you one thing: somebody who's not in those files, we're talking about Kamala Harris. She's not in the Epstein files. She wasn't partying with Jeffrey Epstein, and she wasn't Jeffrey Epstein's best friend. That's the bottom line here. So here's what we have: we have a war that we both agree on. Shouldn't be happening, and I'm glad we agree on that. We have a situation where so many MAGA supporters were almost excited, maybe there's a better word to describe it, of these binders and these morons that were outside of DC with these binders. Phase 1, Phase 2 never came. We were told that Donald Trump only hires the best people. Kristi Noem was an absolute disaster. Pam Bondi was an absolute disaster.
Look, here's the thing: we can agree on a lot of these things. I think that you'll find that there are a lot of people in the MAGA movement that are very unhappy with the direction that Trump is taking. Kristi Noem was an absolute disaster. Look, the fact that she spent $1 million on a single photo shoot, and it was mostly advertisements. I mean, I was just at the airport the other day flying back from Dallas, and I saw the ad. It's almost like a joke. Like, look, Republicans are on the same side as you on this. We want an effective country. We want an effective executive.
And you think,
look,
you think
I do hope the Democrats take some level of accountability for their sanctuary laws, which is something that Kamala Harris supported. Which is, you allow 20-something million people into the country in just a couple of years, and then all of a sudden you do everything you can to obstruct the illegal immigration enforcement inside the country.
Yep,
you go as far as Tim Walz and Jacob Frey.
Isn't that the dude who tried to do stand-up or something and bombed like a retard?
Out of Minnesota, and you're refusing to cooperate with the federal government, which is ultimately what the goal of sanctuary laws are. And that's something that Kamala Harris supported. So if she had actually been president, we would have seen it go from 20 million illegal aliens over
50
2
million.
years to possibly even more. Who knows how many would have entered the country?
500 million.
Our
social safety net, everything about the country would have just completely collapsed.
I'm happy to talk to you about that. First of all, if Kamala Harris was president, Renee Good and Alex Preddy would still be alive today. That's number 1. Number 2, per capita in this country, you have a better chance of being a victim of a crime from an American citizen than you do an undocumented immigrant. Number 3, no, that's not false. You can look that up. First, third, and fourth amendment.
Yeah, seriously, why do people still not know
It's
that?
why they had to go in there and call off the troops, for lack of a better term. People were being barged into their homes without a warrant. It has been seen on video. So this is the immigration issue is an issue that we've had in this country for a very, very long time. But I'll tell you one thing.
And it's been exacerbated by people like
okay, well, I would also bring up George W. Bush, and I'd go back to the vice presidency again because you keep failing to understand the basics of this, which is the vice president is not a policymaker. If you want to blame Joe Biden,
so this is what you're ignoring. Yes, the vice president is not a policymaker. They're the tie-breaking vote on the Senate, but they can have special appointments from the president, which is something you're refusing to acknowledge. This is on the record. She received a special appointment by President Biden, to oversee the border.
All she can do when they say like borders are, well, I'm pretty sure all you can do is like go talk to people or whatever, but you still have to go back to the White House and ask them for resources or things. It's not like they get any special like non-congressionally appointed or non-constitutionally appointed powers to do things, right?
An insanely out-of-control border crisis. I'm sure you remember this when Greg Abbott tried to shut down the Texas border and Joe Biden sent in the trucks to open up the border again. Okay, he had Kamala Harris as one of the people on a special appointment taking care of the border. So to ignore that is to almost it makes your point null. So
I disagree with you. First of all, I'll mention again, Mayorkas was the
Georgia special elections. Look at the votes. Oh, I have to kill these stupid graves. Georgie's 14th congressional district special runoff election results. It looks like Clay Fuller, a Republican, is going to win, but it's shifted 23 points since the election in 2024. Or all of these are different counties that voted. Gotcha. Big shifts. Well, pretty spooky.
The borders are number 1. Number 2, I criticize the Biden administration. I don't think they did a good job at immigration enforcement and the border. But I would also say Donald Trump has done just as bad a job at enforcing it. You have ICE agents who have 47 days of training. What happened in Minneapolis is a travesty. You have a bunch of people that are unqualified, that are not prepared for the job, and it's why Bavino has just retired. He retired as a disgrace. So we can talk about ICE and we can talk about the lack of or the job that they have done. And then after Renee Good is shot and, in my opinion, murdered, there's no full-on investigation, and Jonathan Ross is now a millionaire because a bunch of right-wing MAGA buffoons sent him a bunch of money with no full investigation into what happened. And the Alex Preddy shooting, absolutely unjustified as well. Listen, I want, just like most people in this country want, if you're a violent criminal or even a felon and you're undocumented, I believe you should be deported. But there are people in this country 10, 20, 30, 40 years that have families here, and there has to be an easier pathway to citizenship. There's one party that makes it more difficult, and that's the Republican Party. People 10, 15 years to become legalized citizens. Guess what? That needs to change. And I always hear from Republicans, we want you coming in this country. We just want you to come in the right way. Okay, then why don't you make it a little bit easier? I want everybody to be vetted. I have no problem with that. But it shouldn't take 10 or 15 years for people to become naturalized citizens. Oh yeah, by the way, I would assume, Dennis, you care about our Constitution. Then why don't you call out the Trump administration for breaking the law and deporting people that are from Mexico, that are filing the correct paperwork, that are seeking asylum, and the Trump administration, they're literally deporting those people. It's against the law.
Here's the thing. I think you're talking about the Republican Party. You're ignoring the history of this country. I mean, I don't agree with this, but Ronald Reagan did mass amnesty. Millions of people were immediately, fast forwarded. So you're just being either completely.
I'm talking about right now.
Let me finish my point. The best Democrats could ever do was DACA, which was just a temporary band-aid, which still hasn't really solved the situation for the folks that are in that gray zone area. So I mean, it's just historically your point is just ignorant. Outside of that, I think it's important.
Like, hasn't Trump shit on Reagan multiple times? Like, why are they even bringing this up now? What?
To look at something. We're talking about policy. Let's talk about policy that Kamala Harris supported. You still haven't answered for this. Part of the reason why Renee Good, why Alex Preddy are no longer with us, why we saw immigration enforcement play out in the streets in the manner in which it did, is because of sanctuary policies. Because sanctuary policies allow for breakdowns. Is this news to you? Sanctuary policies and allow. So let me explain something to you since this is news to you. Before sanctuary policies, and this is a discussion that played out at length here in California before it became statewide policy. Before sanctuary policies, when somebody was arrested, the police department that was arresting them would look at their immigration status and would call ICE in case there was some question about their immigration status, and ICE would make a determination whether or not to deport that person. All of this happened behind the scenes inside a jail without playing out in the streets. In fact, one of the main concerns when this law was passed here in California many years ago was that this would break down that cooperation and would cause interior removals to play out on the street as they're playing out now and have played out over the past.
So I disagree.
Kamala Harris supports sanctuary policies. You still have an answer to that. That breaks down the cooperation between the state, the county, and the federal government. I think it's time for you to take accountability for that.
You just said something that is completely not factually accurate. The reason why Renee Good was shot and killed killed had nothing to do with sanctuary policies and had everything to do with officers who are not properly trained to be in those
That's a straw
situations.
man.
Hold on. No, it's not a straw man. It's direct
It's a straw man
evidence.
because that's
No,
not
it's
what I'm
not.
arguing. I'm saying if the policy was in place when you
Hold on. You're the one who just said, quote, the reason why Preddy and Good were killed is because of the sanctuary policies. The reason why Alex Preddy was killed is because you had a bunch of goons wearing masks that were 1,500 miles.
Are we
border
gooning?
installations, by the way, that were 1,500 miles from the border, acting like thugs. And then you had members, and then you had Trotsky, again, you keep saying strawman, but you don't want to actually address why they were killed. And then you have a bunch of goons wearing. You have a policy. Then you should not have
Aurora and invite if she wants to play.
If the policy weren't in place, then this sort of interior movement wouldn't be playing out in the streets. Thus, you don't have activists blocking ICE. Thus, you don't have these violent situations play out.
Okay, so first of all, Alex Preddy was not blocking ICE. That's also not factually
No, in
accurate.
fact, he was obstructing justice.
No, absolutely not.
He was standing between ICE agents and women and he resisted arrest.
Okay, so first of all, that is 100% factually inaccurate. For everybody that watched the video.
Yeah,
okay, first of all, what he did was he was helping a woman get up, and the ICE officers approached him. And when you have 4 or 5 officers immediately pepper spray him at close length, which you're not trained to do, and then push him to the ground and start kicking and punching him, I don't really know what you mean by resisting arrest. Alex Preddy didn't deserve to be shot in the street. By the way, Alex Preddy
did not deserve to be shot. I agree.
Okay, well, guess what? Stephen Miller called him an assassin. Christy Noem called him a domestic terrorist. They did the same thing with Renee Good. It is despicable and it is disgusting. By the way, both of these people, no criminal record. At worst case scenario, maybe you could have cited Renee Good for a misdemeanor. This is by far brutality and, in my personal opinion, murder. Okay, murder. Now, I would ask you a question, and I'm going to go back to January 6th now to see if you're consistent. Would you say that January 6th happens if Donald Trump doesn't lie about the 2020 election?
He didn't lie, bro.
In what sense it happened? What do you?
Does it?
Your question is odd and vague. So, you talking to me?
You talking to me?
Let me see. You want me to turn it up? I don't know if I've turned my audio down. Oh, here, I can just turn it up manually in here. Is that better? Okay, cool.
Okay, good. So my question to, that's okay. So my question to Dennis, and I'll explain why I'm asking in a moment because we're talking about Donald Trump.
Bro, that has to be a troll. Somebody's trolling. I don't know who, but somebody's trolling.
You didn't?
I was a registered independent before that too, so I was on the same boat as you. Okay. First election around, even though and I'm clarifying this because you just made an assumption. First election around, I liked Trump. I didn't like his tone. I actually ended up voting third party at that point. 2020, I couldn't vote for either. I was pissed off at Trump over the COVID stuff, and Joe Biden just looked like a corpse. So I only voted for Trump in the last time around.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I did make an assertion, but hey, you assumed I'm a Democrat, so we're even now. Thank you for clearing that up. Fair enough. Okay, well, I'm actually glad to hear that. So after the January 6th insurrection, still voted for Trump. So my question to you is very simple. If Trump doesn't lie about the 2020 election, does January 6th happen, yes or no?
Well, first off, you got to tell me how he lied. What lies specifically?
Did Joe Biden win a free and fair election in 2020?
No, I believe that there are several issues that played out with the 2020 election. And there has been extensive investigation, specifically in Arizona.
Really?
What's that?
So hold on. I didn't ask you if there were issues. There's going to be issues in every election. I understand that.
You said a free and fair election. To me, if there are issues in an election, it's not a fair election.
Got you. So was there any evidence of widespread voter fraud that anybody has found that could have overturned the outcome of the 2020 election?
There are definitely questions with the voting machines, yes, and there are definitely questions with other.
I didn't ask you if there were questions. Let me repeat my question. Is there any proven evidence of widespread voter fraud that could have changed the outcome of the 2020 election?
It's still playing out in court. It takes years for this.
What's playing out in court? What's playing out in court?
This is an investigation in Arizona. I know for a fact that just in California alone, they're investigating, and I'm actually part of a lawsuit with the Libertarian Party that we're actually suing the state over our mail-in ballot system because of this amount of fraud that plays out. If Trump playing out beyond 2020, it's raised a lot of questions for a lot of people.
Dennis, if Trump won Arizona, does he win the election?
I don't remember specifically how
the answer is no. The answer is no. So let me ask the same question again. Even if he wins Arizona, which by the way has not been proven in a court of law, is there evidence right now of widespread voter fraud that could have changed the outcome of the election? It's a very simple question that you're not answering.
Well, I just explained it to you.
No, I'm giving you Arizona. By the way,
you're conceding Arizona. Okay. Well, there is enough evidence of voter fraud in elections in general. Okay, for there to be questions about every election.
Dennis,
from 2020 is just one example. It was just a one scale that we saw it play out at a huge scale. I mean, like I said, there are lawsuits right now in California over mail-in. There was a case a few months ago of a woman who registered her golden retriever, and her golden retriever voted twice.
Yeah, right. Okay, so Dennis, the Earth is not flat, and there's no evidence of widespread voter fraud that the election was stolen. And the reason why, which I'm amazed that you can't admit, even if Donald Trump won Arizona, he still loses the election. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because Donald Trump had 61 chances in a courtroom.
Joe Biden was more popular than Barack Obama.
So first of all, it's not what I believe. It's facts versus fiction. Okay? I'm answering your question. I'll answer your question.
So you actually believe that it is possible. So here's the thing. You're advocating for electoral.
Okay, if I can change one more time, I'll exit out. I don't understand what is happening. I don't know what the host is doing here. This is so ridiculous.
Just because a fact hasn't been properly questioned yet or gone through an investigative process yet, then all of a sudden that means that it's 100% true. That there was no fraud.
Okay, we're good. I don't understand how this is hard. This is epic troll though. Epic. What is this? I'm asking. Ask me in 6 months. Oh, and ask me in 6 months. What was the date on this? So you made this post. I looked at this chat message. The same thing. Hopefully it'll jog his old man memory. Ask me in 6 months. Bookmark this one. The crazier thing that happened in my life was me getting murdered. Good luck, brave memer. October 24th. Oh, this is when the Rose deposition happened probably. Oh, that's what this is probably about then, yeah. Oh yeah, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Maybe? Yeah, that's my guess. It's gotta be related to that. Cut a liberal. What is this? Oh, apparently this person retweeted or reposted something of mine, and I guess all the Hassan Big Sucks ran to them to tell them how evil I was. I reposted a streamer's comment today. It was me, because he said that voting for Harris was the easiest decision in the history of decisions, or something of that ilk. However, then learned that this streamer is, too, at the very least, quite problematic. So I deleted. I apologize. Jesus Christ. I never let tankies or anyone else bully me, lol. And I suspect you're trying to pull a little manipulation right now. Some friend cited some concern, so I deleted. Destiny isn't problematic at all. I think you can say problematic depending on what you're talking about. It's probably a fair way to describe some flight takes.
Guess what, Valentina?
I would never say that like I'm not problematic, but I would say I'm not like a pedophile. That would be Jesus.
So I'm not gonna I am people, and I know that, and I know there's a responsibility there. So I'm not going to go around speaking about Iran when I haven't done the proper amount of research, because I come back and I think, how much research have I done? How long has it taken me to form a solid opinion about looks? Years, right? Politics, I haven't spent nearly the same amount of time talking about anything along those lines.
Hey, my mom always tell me, well, really, this is a common thing you're told anyway. You could tell your opinions on everything are usually welcome, but you got to stay out of politics. You got to stay out of it. Those things people have developed. These are decades and centuries of, historical, like ancestral feelings that have now. That if you think you're just,
you think manifesto is even going to help against these people? I see people manipulated all the time. I still see people claim you're a domestic abuser and you choked out your wife. Actual piece of shit that's been disproven. Those claims are not anywhere near as widespread as enough. When whatever the court case ends, it gets dismissed. When you can point to something solid like that, then the onus switches to them to try to explain it all, which is really difficult. Right now, you can say there's an active court case against me, which is true. But if there's like a dismissal, then it's on to them to explain why. Well, actually, this is why the court got it wrong, which is a much harder task for them.
Breaking it down like real quick, like, oh, 2 and 2 makes 4 is like, no.
There's real emotion behind it.
Yeah.
And yeah, you don't want to get involved. And there's a lot of other reasons besides, it just being difficult to form a media career on why I don't talk about politics. They're simply not going to get you anywhere year.
I'm sorry, I don't care about this. What, Mehdi? Is the manifesto stuff going to include the Mr. Girl and Anne of War stuff? That's the other stuff that gets brought up a lot. It only gets brought up with a logistical crowd, but the responses to that should be way more simple than people try to make it out to be. Like, you don't have to get into all of the minutiae and everything. Anna was a 30-year-old woman who relentlessly pursued me over and over and over again. At no point did she have to. She could have just stopped messaging me. The idea that there was like some massively, hugely abusive back and forth here or whatever is just retarded as f. This was an adult. This person pursued me and maintained lines of communication with me over and over and over again. They could have stopped at any point in time. The idea that there was some crazy shit is just retarded. The person just also happened to be addicted to public attention and was insanely dramatic, and then also got weaponized by Mr. Girl and Lav and other people who wanted to use her narrative or whatever over and over and over again. Wait, wasn't she in college? I could have sworn she was in college classes. She was working on her master's for her to do therapy or whatever, which I think she does now for other people. So people obsess over that because they try to make it out into some crazy scenario, as opposed to Gisticle, who was throwing Cherry onto his stream every single day while secretly dating her and having her committed to a mental institution for suicidality, and then flying her out to Canada to weaponize her claims against me while secretly dating her and telling her privately that he would be her Dr. K to make sure that she was mentally stable and safe enough to come onto his stream so that he could milk her for content against me. That's insane to me. That's crazy. That's wild to me. But hey, it is what it is. What are you gonna do? This might be the dumbest Mehdi tweet I've read so far. Oh no. It's astonishing that you, a world leader who many respected for standing up to an illegal attack on your country, now support an illegal attack on another country. It completely kills your credibility. Right now, Iran is Ukraine. You may not like to hear that, but that is a fact. Holy shit. Yeah. Jesus. Never mind. Okay. It's all good.
You stop right there, Buster. I'm approaching with intention to mug you. Now show me your wallet. My God, I can't believe it. You're missing $100 in here. I already know where it went, pal. And it breaks my heart. You put $100 down to pre-order the T1 Trump phone, didn't you? And now you still have nothing to show for it, just an empty hole in your wallet where dreams once were. You know what? Take it back. You've been through enough. You've already been robbed. That's right, the T1 Trump phone. We're checking in on it again. It was supposed to come out in summer of 2025, then it was supposed to come out at the end of 2025, then it was supposed to come out in the beginning of 2026. It is April 6, 2026. Still nowhere to be seen. What? And curiously, not only is it nowhere to be seen, but it is still complete radio silence from Trump himself, and Trump Mobile as an organization. They haven't squeaked out a peep about where the T1 phone is. More than happy to accept hundreds of dollars from tons and tons of Americans, yet not too gung-ho about actually delivering that product, or at least keeping you updated on the whereabouts of it. This will be my third time checking in with the Trump Mobile support staff to see where it is. I feel like I'd have a better chance locating DB Cooper than I would locating a single golden Trump phone, the T1 device. I don't want to just regurgitate the lore, but the cliff notes are Trump advertised the T1, a golden phone for Trump Mobile, a $500 phone that has all the bells and whistles, and it was going to be made right here in America, the land of the free, the land where Jesus was born, baby. And then it never happened. Also, they then removed that messaging off their website when they realized they couldn't make the phone they were advertising in the States at that price point. It was literally impossible. It is going to have to be made overseas. All phones like this are overseas. It's just not possible to be made here. So they had to completely strike that from their website that it was American made. Now they tout that it is American proud design. It is a proudly American design as opposed to American made.
Oh,
and
so
even
Charlie
still,
hates America.
it doesn't exist. I have not seen a single piece of evidence to confirm that there is actually a T1 device anywhere on this planet. I don't even think God could get his hands on.
What? If you electrocute your turrets and shit, they do extra stuff? Why doesn't it say that anywhere? Doesn't it say that anywhere? What the fuck?
On one right now if he asked, which is extremely shocking to me because I thought for sure he'd do the classic Trump thing of just grabbing some dog shit from China and drop shipping it over here for a huge markup. But he's not even doing that much. Not even doing like the bare bottom tiddlywinks of providing a product for money. Like with the Trump Bible, the signed Trump Bible that, $60 up to $1,000 if you want like the inside cover signed by Trump. Those are made in China for $3 a pop and sold here for $60 to $1,000. I was expecting something similar for the T1 device here, but not even that is on the plate. So anyway, this is going to be my third time checking with support to see where it is, because when I called them a month ago, I was assured by the customer support representative that they were shipping at the end of the month, March. That's when the phones were coming, end of March. It's April now, still no phones, still no pickles, and I can't find anyone out there that has one, so let's give them a ring, let's get them on the horn and see what the holdup is. Well, last month when I called about my Trump Mobile device, the support representative told me that it would be ready at the end of the month, but they missed that window. I'm assuming something went awry with UPS, so it's probably on its way, but I just want to double check.
Thank you for calling Trump Mobile. For English, press 1. Para español, oprima el
English,
número
please.
It is a little ironic that they have like a for Spanish speakers line on the guy who's trying to make English the national language or whatever. That is pretty funny.
1 to open a new Trump Mobile account. Otherwise, press 2 for support with an existing Trump Mobile account.
That's me.
Thank you for calling Trump Mobile. Your call is very important to us. To ensure the highest level of customer care, this call may be recorded for quality control and training purposes. Please hold, and our next available representative will be with you shortly. You can also visit our website at www.trumpmobile.com to apply for a new account or access your personal account portal.
All right, now we wait. They're not even piping in the waiting music this time around.
Hello, this is Michaela with Trump Mobile. How can I assist you today?
Hi, yes, I just wanted to check on the status of my Trump Mobile device.
Hello?
Hello?
Sorry, I can't hear you. Bye.
Hello?
Cut him off. Hang up. Hang up.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello, this is Michaela. Can you hear me? Are you able to hear me?
Yes, Michaela, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Hello?
What?
What?
Is there a demon on the phone? Hello?
Yeah. What you good?
Hello?
Hello, this is Michaela, are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Hello?
She's using a Trump
Hello?
phone.
Yeah, I've seen this one.
I'm
It's
scared.
still pretty
Hello?
funny.
Am I being pranked? What is going on here? Should I call back? Hello?
Trolled. Epic.
Hello? Okay, I'm just gonna try calling back. I guess even the Trump mobile headquarters is having problems with their mobile devices. The ones that exist over there. Let's try again. Okay, I guess Trump Mobile was experiencing some kind of EMP blast or something that was shaking the system, so I gave them a little bit of time to cool off here, let the alt recharge, so I then gave them a retry a couple of minutes later, and it did work then. Now, once again, just to remind you, the first time I called, they said that the reason the Trump phone hadn't been delivered is because of the government shutdown, and they had no estimated date for me, and when I called last month, they said it'll be ready at the end of the month, in March. So, let's see what they have to say today.
To ensure the highest level of customer care, this call may be recorded for quality control and training
Hopefully it works
purposes.
this time.
Please hold, and our next available representative will be with you shortly.
Okay.
You can also visit our website at www.trumpmobile.com to apply for a new account or access your personal account portal.
I think it's gonna happen again. Hi, yes, I was calling to check on the status of my order.
Okay, happy to check on that for you. Give me just 1 second. Oh, Brother, you probably don't have an account. Okay, let me try your email. May I have your email, please?
Yes, it's bigcwet@gmail.com.
Thank you. 1 moment.
If it's causing a problem, I'm just more so checking to see when the phone is supposed to be shipping. I'm just...
Yeah, the majority of the phones have not yet shipped.
The majority?
They're going to pretty much start shipping at the end of this month, but none have shipped as of yet.
But that's, I don't mean to be rude, that when I called...
I was wanting to check.
When I called last month, the representative told me it'd be the end of last month. So, are the phones shipping? Like, actively shipping?
Some?
Yes. They, and then their second batch, they're stating that they're going to be shipping like towards the end of this month. So if you haven't received it yet, then yes, you probably be part of that shipment.
Okay, where can I find information on the first batch of shipments? Because the people that I know that have also ordered it haven't received it either, so we've just been kind of concerned about the whereabouts.
Yes, sir. Well, what happened was they had some sort of pushback on the push-out date, so that's why they've been delayed on top of, the shutdown and things like that.
The government shutdown. Oh.
However, when you called last month, what information did you give the other representative?
The same information I've shared with you, and then I called back in December as well, and it was the same information I gave then too. I don't know why it'd be an issue now. I guess maybe something in the system didn't log it. I'm not really sure.
So yes, let me go ahead and get this submitted for you, sir. I do apologize for the inconvenience, but we'll get this submitted. You'll have.
Let's go. She apologized for the inconvenience at least, right? Gotta count for something.
All right, I appreciate it, but just checking in one more time. You said that phones have been starting to ship out, so I should be in the next batch then if I wasn't in the first batch?
Yes, they were stating that they should get shipped out sometime near the end of the month.
Okay. All right, well, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
Very curious to see if they actually will reach back out in 35 business days about fully setting up the Big C Wet account. That would be fascinating. That's the first time that a customer service rep at Trump Mobile actually bothered to check if I had an account. All the other times they were somehow magically finding bogus information. So looks like they're beefing up their customer service protocol there. So we are still at the any day now the Trump phone should be here. Apparently they've already been shipping some out. I guess they're...
If they had, I feel like we'd see pictures on there or something, no?
Bringing them around on tricycles or something, because it's real slow. I haven't seen anybody receive one, and presumably, according to some data, there were many, many thousands of pre-orders, and yet not a single piece, not a single morsel of information on someone actually having received one in that first batch the customer service representative mentioned. Now again, as I said in the last two, I don't blame the customer service reps. They're just doing what they're told, and right now it looks like their talking points are, it's coming at the end of the month, or it started shipping and, there's another batch coming at the end of the month. So now it went from any day now to this nebulous end of the month kind of spiel. I don't know if I necessarily believe it.
Does anybody feel like Charlie kind of has Trump derangement syndrome? I feel that way.
One thing is for sure, the customer service rep this time around actually bothered to look up some of the information I was telling her. I gave her the same stuff I gave the other two, and yet somehow in both of the other cases, they found my accounts and my purchases, which I never made until today, by the way. After the conversation with her, I decided I'll go ahead and put a pre-order down, so that way when we do this song and dance again next month, when inevitably I still haven't seen anyone with a Trump phone, I'll then at least have information for them to pull from, and then they can tell me how it's coming at the end of May, actually. But who knows, maybe this time it really is on its way. Perhaps that T1, that golden nugget T1 unicorn phone is right now in the mail carriers going out to all the good boys and girls across the globe that have wished upon the star and put down $100 to receive it. And by golly, I can't wait, because now I'm excited to get my hands on a T1 device too. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. Island Boy, did that just send you into a fight or flight response? Yeah, I bet it did.
Has r/politics always been super lefty? They've been left-leaning, yeah, and then it's gotten worse. Everything on the internet has gotten worse, space. This is why I was wondering. Schumer takes no action as even far right calls for Trump impeachment. It's the Senate minority. What can he do? He can't introduce legislation or call for a vote on anything. What is he supposed to do? He literally can't do anything. No? Can you? You need the Senate majority leader to call for votes or to floor or to bring legislation out or whatever, no? Oh, this guy's here. Alternate headline. Majority of Republicans completely fine with the batshit insane behavior. What the fuck do these columnists think Democrats can do? Republicans are using Trump as a shield, allowing him to wreak havoc. The media's like, well done. What are you going to do about this? The House impeaches, not the Senate. Oh, that's true too. You have to start impeachment from the House as well. Israeli PM Netanyahu says the ceasefire doesn't include Lebanon. Well, my retarded is trying to avoid answering the question.
We're going to take 2 more questions. I'm sorry, we're going to have to move on to the next person. I'm sorry, Olivia. Olivia, we're going to have to
I'd love to take the question. Actually, what do you mean by your statement?
I feel like
If you can't define the question, I'm not going to answer your question.
we're gonna move on to the next person. Fox News. We're gonna take.
Jewish majority state, right, is the point. Join Discord, go over YouTube comments. Oh, damn, it's 11 o'clock.
Hey, Dave.
Oh, what's up?
I want to know, because I watch, well, okay, I don't always watch the YouTube videos because I'm here when they're live, you know, I don't need to watch it twice. But I'm crashing the out. Since when did your comments go mental? Like, actually, they're crazy now.
It's every Israel-Palestine video always gets, like, that's just how it is. That's how it goes.
Okay, but that's a pretty crazy ratio to have 2,000 comments for under 100,000 views, no?
Israel-Palestine really gets the people going.
No.
Okay. It's a little much.
Yeah, I mean, my guess is it usually gets, or might have gotten posted some other place as well, but yeah, that's how we do it. That's how we do it. That's what the people love. I don't know what to say.
You're playing into it. You're worse than Hassan. You're just doing this now to get views, you son of a bitch.
I'm having it so people are attacking me in my own comment section. How does that help me?
I don't know engagement.
Yeah, I don't think it works that way because it's not 2001. But
I can't, dude. This in your chat just asked me to unban or unblock him on Discord, and the second I open his on Twitter, I open his Twitter profile, and it's the hang glider globalized intifada as his description.
Everybody clap for the landing.
Wow.
Fucking clap.
What?
Oh, thank you. Now they're saying it's a meme because you had it. How am I supposed to know that?
Wait, I had what?
Remember back when you were Palestine's strongest soldier for a solid, how long was it?
Oh, you mean on the Twitter thing or whatever?
Yeah. All right, well, I trust I'm not getting scammed here. Okay, how was your day today? Do you feel accomplished?
It's okay, kind of boring. I woke up really late. I think I was catching up on sleep from the last night though, so.
This, getting a little frisky.
Hey,
Yeah.
Barcode! Good to see you.
This guy just took so much mana from me. It's getting a little frisky out there.
Barcode,
Yeah,
you'll
true.
be upset. I did a lunar gateway.
That graph of Israel support, kind of wacky. Did you see the, there's a newly released Pew poll, but I think it's been like that for a year now, with Democrats kind of globally, or not globally, but like broadly shifting away from Israel.
Oh, in terms of people not necessarily liking them as much anymore?
From the Pew poll, it's pretty significant.
Yeah, I mean, they're not like, not doing themselves any favors.
Yeah, no, they're not. But it is strange seeing Republicans like so consistent, at least on the first graph there. I mean, I'm assuming there's been some changes, but yeah, it's actually, no, maybe not. I'm not sure. It's hard to tell. Is it surprising? Well, just more so disappointing. Like, it's just the whole no Jews, no news. I guess I feel bad for other places that have shit going on, like Ukraine and Somalia and all the other shit. No one really gives a fuck. Iran, etc.
Yeah, that's just how it goes, you know. Sucks for them.
Sudan?
For all of them.
Yeah, it does. What do you? I was just thinking, in a hypothetical world, let's say the Jews bought,
How you
like,
been,
the
buddy?
collective
It's been
Jews. Let's say they bought like a fucking
couple
island,
streams since
uninhabited
we
island,
last saw
like
you.
Greenland or something. Let's say they worked out that deal, and Denmark's like, you know what, fuck it. And everyone left. There wasn't a single person left. There would still, I feel like there would still be a way to like not, like Greenland is real at that point.
Greenland is real?
Yes, I was making up the new country. Like if Israel moved to Greenland.
Gotcha. Yeah, it seems to be pretty universal. You know, that's why the Nazis always point that out.
Everyone hates the Jews.
Yeah. What are they doing? What are those Jews doing that's getting everybody so?
I think I figured it out.
Oh, you solved it.
A little bit. It's because they're very sneaky and they don't proselytize. You know, so it's those two things. And it's like some Freemasons right up in your shit, and you're like, hey, how do I get one of those cool hats? And you're like, fuck you, bitch. You can't. That's my thoughts.
Interesting.
Sneaky and inclusive. I think it's a cool hat. Yeah, you can become a Freemason. Well, you can become Jewish also.
Yeah.
Persek, shut the fuck up. This guy, Merc, he has a child. Go take care of your child, Persek, right now, okay? Your child needs a father, and you are abandoning your child. Get out of DGG. Your child needs you, Persek.
Man, you're really going in on that Persek guy.
He needs to take care of that child.
They don't actually have a kid, do they?
They do. And
No,
Persek doesn't even do child support.
He's trolling. Dan is trolling.
The truth is, we don't know. Boy, that would be some.
Can I do this throbbing domain right now, or is this gonna f my shit up?
Imagine that you wake up, you're Persek, and you got a kid with Merc off the perk. That's a, what do you call that? That's a fork in the road of your life, a little bit.
Well,
he says he doesn't have to imagine. See, I told you he does have a kid.
With
Merc.
Merc.
Because you're just so bad at being a fake Jew.
Yeah.
You're like the worst. No subathon, no like TTS donations, no like all the funny moments of the past on stream from TTS donations. What, you just allergic to money? Huh?
Yep. I just like to, yeah, it's annoying. Someday they'll come back for a little bit.
You won't even sell out for one day. What, you're beyond it?
No, we'll have it at some point. We'll do it. Don't worry.
That means no.
Is that what your mom said? Got him.
What about on Tuesdays? Yeah, TTS Tuesdays.
TTS Tuesdays. Holy shit. It has a
and it's
ring
like
to everything.
now it's not even your idea. It's my idea. It's like you're doing us a favor.
Oh, you're not.
You know?
You're
Am I wrong?
No, it's
By the way, that stupid Vespa board behind you. No one, stop placating me. Either move it stage left, okay?
No, it's Vespaing right now. It just Vespa.
Yeah,
or Vesta.
and no one can read it.
Yeah,
It's
but they like to
retarded.
hear
What
it.
a
They
waste
like
of
the
money.
noise. They love it.
No, it's a waste
All right,
of
well, then you
money.
got 521 subs. What do you mean by money?
To put the message there. First off, I can't even read it. What does it say?
Wait, what?
Hi.
Or what do you mean? Huh? Wait, because you can't read English?
I can read English.
What do you mean you can't read it?
Because we're forced to use Kick if we want to have latency that's not 16 hours.
What do you have to kick?
Okay?
What are you talking about?
Okay.
Huh?
On your website, yeah? You're familiar with the website destiny.gg/big screen?
What do you mean?
Well, there's a website. You know what a website is?
No.
Okay. Well, it's this thing.
Yeah.
It goes into a browser, and then there's stuff that comes up. And you have one of these things. I know, it's wild.
It's crazy.
But anyways, on the website that you own, okay, there's these options. You can watch you, I know, it's crazy, right? There's a camera. You can watch you on YouTube or on Kick, okay? Now, what would be your preference for a watcher?
Kick.
Yeah, mine too, because it doesn't have like a 30-second delay, so I'm not like a mega lulling. Everyone's like, what are you talking about?
True.
Okay.
Absolutely true, yeah.
Well, the problem. What's the problem?
I don't know. I can't think of one day.
The problem
Kick is
is that the
superior.
resolution is
Everybody
limited
knows
for
it.
embed viewers.
Oh, true. Okay. True.
So when there's a message on your board right now, all I see is like partition donada SS mildew, and then a bunch of L's and K's. Like that's what I fucking see. Okay, that's what I can see. Nothing else. That's what everyone can see. So either get rid of the fucking board or at least move it stage left so we can read the goddamn message. 'Cause no one gives a shit. I'm not trying to be too frisky here, but no one cares about what is that? A dying plant in a football?
It's a fake plant, so it'll never die. Dan.
What do you think has more stage presence here? The cool airport sign thingy, or like the doctor's office apparel? So it's like I'm waiting to. I'm just saying that as a viewer of your content, I'm displeased. Now I'm not about to go make a Reddit thread about it, but I will say that you've made some decisions that I disagree with.
Okay. Oh shit, you're right. I should redesign my studio tonight. That's what I should do. That's why I have to end my stream.
Ooh. Do you have any? Do you remember before we were coming up with ideas for the studio? I had some nice. It was like the 70s. Don't placate me. Some of those were good.
Yeah, I said. I agree with you.
Right? It was like there was like a shag part. Oh, that's funny. That's funny.
Swag. Yeah, swag is funny. That is a funny word. Yeah.
How about this? Well, first off, you can't redesign the studio because you don't have a third bedroom yet.
I could just use one of my living rooms as a bedroom. Like technically, I'm an adult. I can do whatever I want, right? I could.
I mean, you can, but you won't, will you?
I don't know. I could. No one's stopping me.
So you have your bedroom. You have.
I could just use that as my studio. That's a big ass room.
Is there any way that the room you're in right now could double? Like, if you throw yourself into a corner?
No, I'm already kind of all doing that. But I could use this as my bedroom and then move everything to the other rooms. That would be,
That is true. What's the over under on doing that?
I don't know. I'll think about it.
I know you're thinking right now. I don't need you. Okay, when I lived in Louisiana. Okay.
When did you live in Louisiana? Oh, Baton Rouge.
Yeah. So first off, I was never in Baton Rouge, but that's fine.
You say that all the time.
New Orleans, close enough. But when I was there, there's this thing that's unique to that area. Is that people don't do things; they're fixing to do something. Okay. So when you say that you're going to think about thinking about something, it doesn't carry a lot of weight. I mean, you would concur with that, right?
Okay.
Well, I asked you a question. Not okay isn't a response to that.
I'm agreeing with you. I think, yeah.
All right. So when I say, what's the over under on the keeping your current place versus doing the 3-bedroom? What are the thoughts?
20-80 on it, 50-50, I think.
How many square feet are you working with?
A lot. It's like, isn't it like 1,200? Or maybe 900?
I guess the bedroom would be, or not the bedroom, the living room would be the best option. You probably have a big living room. You probably do all with it. Am I right?
Have you ever been in my bar before?
I have.
Oh, then you know what my living room looks like.
I watched when ABBA cucked Melina in real time. They love using that against you, remember?
Wait, were you at the apartment?
Yeah.
For what? What were you doing?
Wait, did ABBA actually... Hold on. I'm talking about when he dances with Melina. Is there something I'm not knowing about right here?
Oh, the actual cucking you watched. Good reference.
Is there a second one? A second event I'm not familiar with?
They were in the leaks.
Okay. Well, anyways, I mean, I feel like the living room... I mean, I can't remember it, though, but I feel like the living room would be the solution then. Who needs a living room?
Good point, true. Maybe.
I would help you set it up.
Okay. I'll think about it. I'll keep that in my brain, okay?
Okay, first off, all this placating, I'll think about it, okay, et cetera, use it on someone who would take the hint. That's not me. I'll power through. I don't give a shit. I understand what's happening here. I just don't care.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I've got this all in my brain. I'm filing it. I'm keeping.
That's right. You leave. You leave. This is my channel. I'm happy to stay here. We can chat about cats all day. Are you more into cats as a result of this game now? Actually, wait. Real serious.
Real serious.
You have to get a cat. Okay. Not in the game, but in real life.
I just feel like I travel too much. I just don't know.
I know, but you have to. What type of cat are you going for?
Oh,
like what
I
color?
don't know. Probably the orange Maine Coons or something. I feel like those were spirit animals.
Yeah, but
or whatever.
Like what color though?
I just said an orange Maine Coon.
Only a Maine Coon.
They're big cats. I like big. I mean, like big, pretty big. I don't know about the giant.
Are you talking about like Honey?
Yeah, or bigger than that. Yeah, or that size.
Honey
Honey's
was
a big cat.
small. That was not a Maine Coon. If it was like a bitch made.
Or a Maine mutt or whatever. I don't know how many of them are purebreds.
a Maine mutt. Okay, so that's like a domestic house cat that got by a Maine Coon then.
Don't all cats basically get? Yeah, that's kind of how it works in their world, Dan.
I don't know if I mean, what you're saying, there's no consensual cat relationships?
I don't know. They hiss at each other and everything when they're. Seems like no.
Yeah, but I think they hiss because they like bite the neck of the other one.
Jesus. Yeah, and you think they like that?
I don't know. I guess it is a cat rape cat world. You know what? I don't make the rules. Their dicks are barbed. Holy shit.
That's wild. Jeez.
I do want to get a Maine Coon as well. But I am concerned with a few things that I'm just kind of not thinking about because I don't want it to dissuade me from getting one. The first is that I think it's a lot of work and I don't want to do it, which is like the hair and the matting and all that stuff. I feel like that's like, you don't, that's like a, and then you get hair all over everything and you're one of those guys that
you gotta
whenever
brush
you leave
it
the
every
house,
day. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, I understand, but then you become one of those guys that whenever you go and do something, you're like the weirdo that has fucking cat hair all over you. And it's like, okay, it's not a good look, you know? So there's that. And I gotta be honest, I feel like when they shit, they're probably gonna get it all over their fur. And who's gonna be cleaning that up? And these things are huge if you get a real Maine Coon. Don't they get to be like 30 pounds plus? These things are taking dog-sized shits, okay?
Jesus.
That
30 pounds?
Sorry.
Okay, I don't know. I've never seen a cat that... Was Aslan a Maine Coon?
No.
What kind of cat was he? Do I even know what a Maine Coon is?
Dude, Maine Coons have a very specific, like, retarded face. It looks like you kicked them in the face a little
Aren't they like Maine Coon mutts or whatever?
I mean, there might be mutts, but you've never had a purebred Maine Coon.
No, I didn't mean a purebred. I don't think I would buy a purebred cat. I was going to adopt one.
Okay. Yeah, you're gonna be like Hassan and go adopt a.
Wow.
They ain't cheap. No one's giving away fucking Maine Coon cats.
And yeah, I'm sorry, when I said Maine Coon, I didn't mean like a pedigree. I've got like the breeding certificate for the one.
Long-haired.
Yeah, that's why I said I want a big orange cat. That's why I said that. I want a big orange cat. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. That's literally the only cat breed I've ever heard the name of ever, and that's what all big cats are. So whatever the biggest cat is that I can get reasonably, I want a big cat, but not like a huge cat, not like a 30-pound cat. That's crazy.
That's awesome. I want to get a 30-pound cat.
Why is John Favreau? Is that how you pronounce his name? Retweeting Tucker Carlson. Oh my God.
I'm talking about statement.
These people are retarded. I'm so sorry, guys. I don't know what to say, dude. What the state of liberalism is, we're just. What?
Yeah, there's a comic and it's very funny. It's a dog owner talking to other dog owners and like, what type of breed do you have? And he's like, oh, it's not in this, it's a Dachshund mix or whatever. And then there's a cat owner asking another cat owner, and it's like, what type of cat do you have? And they say orange, and they're Giga Chad facing when they're saying that.
Okay.
Because we're better than dog owners. Imagine picking up shit for your animal every day and not being able to do anything because the dog might lose its mind. It's like, sorry, I have to go somewhere for a day. Cat's like, do I know you? Dog's like, I'm gonna kill myself.
My cats miss me. Okay, and they know me. They call for me by name.
My cats like me. I'm a cat whisperer. Cats from across the neighborhood come to see me. I'm like a stop on their tour. Jumbo72, Dan, imagine having a loving, loyal animal who can defend you. Yeah, you say that. You know what you are? You are the living embodiment of the.
Oh wait, is that a dog owner?
Yeah, it is.
You know my favorite dog owner video? Have you seen the one with dog owners attacked dog food? Have you ever seen these before?
No, I don't know what you're talking about. I do want to get a haircut from that guy that you showed on stream the other day.
Dogs choosing food over their owners, like at number 3.
No! Dogs tested.
When a master intruder kicks down a door,
bro, I just need I don't need a commentary on it.
Oh, those are the worst. We run into this a lot in the thing. Not a thing.
Oh, that's a loyal doggo. Is this one loyal? Wait. Oh no, not a good one.
I've seen that dog before. It's pretty funny. He's a funny dog.
Not a good one. Oh no.
You know, this is why cats are better.
Bro. Some of these dogs are. Well, those are the dogs. They're never going to protect you guys.
Yeah, a cat's better because the cat, you know, is not going to give a fuck. And you're not going to give a fuck. And that's why you're not counting on them. You have to make your own plans. The cat's like...
Everybody's honest about where they stand, you know?
Exactly, yeah. Like a cat is like, yo, I'm going to do my shit. I'll do your shit. If we see each other, that's cool. If not, no big deal. You know what I'm saying? I got some business meetings, but I might be free around like Thursday later if you want to hang out for a bit. But aside from that, I really, you know, it's good. It's good. It's like a chill, it's a business relationship. But I was going to say before, where the guy with the dog thing about it, it's like, okay, I have to remember. What did they say that pissed me off? It was something about Democrats and it'll be like, why vote? You need to light a Walmart on fire and then not light the Walmart on fire. That's like you saying, imagine having a dog that will not protect you or will. But I bet you have like one of these retard dogs that will do nothing. That's you. Okay, you have like an 8-pound dog.
Ooh,
that would get
big call
kicked
out
like a football
from Big Dan there. Wow.
Not really a big call out.
That was a big call.
It's most likely.
That was a big
most
call
people
out.
have small dogs.
It's okay to have big call outs, Dan.
I don't think that will. I mean, I can do bigger call outs.
Oh really? Let's hear it.
I think of a good one though. Thinking and go and because a call out has to be against a person, right?
Okay.
Only Brian. Dan, good luck attacking my house. My 70-pound dog hates everyone. First off, why would I attack your house? I would attack you. What am I gonna like show up and start beating up your garage door?
Oh, you wouldn't, pussy?
Second, okay, if your dog hates everyone, then I'll just have it be like, hey dog, only Brian's inside. Go attack them, and he would hate you because you are another person. You know, what's his deal with Darius going to Miami, by the way? People keep like sending me meme images, and it's frightening me.
I have no idea. Is he supposed to be going to Miami or coming to Miami?
I don't know.
I'm not aware of that. If he is,
I'm not aware of that either.
Sounds like fake news then.
God, that Darius investment I made. Since you guys bring that up, it was probably one of the best deals in the history of deals I've ever done. Like 30% of Darius. It's been like 7 years now. Unironically, it's so good of a deal. You guys are delusional.
What is the deal?
I gave him 10 grand 7 years ago for 30% of all of his revenue for the life of his streaming career.
Yeah.
How much cash have I gotten? At least 100,000. The gambling stuff is really, really big. That's good. Like he's doing really well on the gambling stuff. Listen, he went into this with his eyes wide open. He ask him about it. He'll tell you that I've been very helpful to his career and that he would change nothing. I guarantee you. If you say, Darius, would you go back and undo this deal? He'd be like, no, I'm very happy. I did one of those, what did Abba say? Those record label deals. that was a crazy conversation. Oh, brother. Ask Dan if he took Darius's passport. No, I didn't. I get very upset when he gets arrested because that's, I can't count on that money coming in if he's in jail. Oh, yeah, I guess you could smuggle him a phone inside there. Is there any Twitch streamers from jail?
I don't think they would let you have a phone in there. Just a guess, you know.
Dan, that's actual slavery. You can't sell your future career for perpetuity. You can. It's a because of the way that I've worked it out. Like technically, I am the legal owner of Darius Enterprises LLC. Like I own his Kick account, and well, I say his Kick account. I own my Kick account that he uses, right? So if he wants to start over under a new name that's not Darius IRL, that's something that we can discuss. We have one of those rent provisions that Steve has.
They emailed me another thing today saying I was $800.
Oh, that's a lot better. What did you say to get the?
Well, I emailed them like 4 days ago saying, hey, I was told that I wouldn't have to do this.
Oh, so
they never replied, but they just sent me that today, so that's good.
Someone must have told them, oh, there's a fucking Jew on the line now. All right, never mind, forget it. It is kind of crazy they were trying to get the whole thing from you, though.
I mean, my guess is maybe they just hadn't gone through it yet or something. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, studio stuff. Let's talk shop.
No, I'm way too tired to not.
You're not tired.
Having
Look at
this
you.
conversation right now.
But are you thinking, let's take small parts?
The thing, what I will probably do is if I move from here, if I'm not going to another state, I'd probably move over to Brickell. That would be the thing I'd probably do.
What do you like more about Miami versus Miami Beach? Though?
Closer to the airport, I can actually.
By what? By how many minutes?
Probably 10
5?
minutes.
No.
Okay, 7 minutes. But also like with traffic, like that's a pretty big deal.
Being in Brickell, the traffic's got to be friskier though, because you're right near an artery highway.
Yeah,
right?
that I would have to basically cross anyway, coming from Miami Beach.
Okay.
So
all right, well, moving for
traffic.
Moving for 6 to 7 minutes seems a little frisky, but okay, fine.
Okay, it's closer.
We don't drive anywhere. We don't drive anywhere. We know that. Let's not use that as an excuse. Neither of us go anywhere.
I go to the airport. Okay, number one.
Besides the airport.
Yes.
But
Okay.
don't you take an Uber there?
Oh, and
Yes.
mustard.
Okay.
But I have traffic in the Uber. It still is driving, right? It's susceptible to traffic.
How many flights a month you taking?
Well, this month 0, but I don't know. Generally,
Previous months,
anywhere
average.
from 1 to 5. Average? I don't know. I'm a Platinum
Okay,
Plus
so
member
we're
on American Airlines, and I don't have a special card for it, so I fly that much.
Okay, so we're min-maxing for.
I didn't say I was min-maxing. That was one
half
reason.
hour?
It's nice to be
Half
close to
hour
the
a month?
airport. Number one.
Okay.
Number
Okay.
2, it's nicer to the rent will be cheaper. Probably maybe significantly so.
I
Number
actually
2,
don't know if that's true.
it will absolutely be true. Number 2, and then number 3, I actually have like a ton of places that I can walk to which is nice. So I can go to movies. I can walk to get food, a ton of different food.
Well, you live in a shit spot for that, no doubt.
Every place in Miami Beach is not that great. Not compared to Brickell.
Well, I mean, it depends.
Unless you want me to move to Lincoln Road, but that completely eviscerates your affordability argument.
How much are you looking to spend for how many bedrooms?
I don't know, but I could probably get a nice 3-bedroom in Brickell for less than $6K a month, would be my guess.
Okay.
As opposed to right here, I'm
all right.
paying. Everything's more expensive here too. Like the food, the groceries, literally every single thing is more expensive here too. So.
Okay, fair enough. Trying to think what else. So you're gonna figure out soon what's happening. When's this magical date when it's like Brickell versus Miami Beach?
Well, my court case gets figured out.
Oh, so we could be here for years then.
Maybe, but my lease doesn't until technically like November, so it's not like a rush.
Okay, well that's good. You're probably still a fan of those wooden slat things, aren't you, for the wall?
I guess. Why?
No, I was just saying you're a fan of it. That's all.
Just randomly.
I think that you can build something great, okay? Something that's never been seen before, the world has never seen. They're going to say it's the greatest, most innovative set. That is something that you can do. But what I don't want to see is a copy-paste of something else. So you gotta get creative. You got to say, what type of wacky shit can we do, you know? I don't have the answer.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind, okay?
What is the latest from the court stuff? Tell us everything, please.
Nothing. I'm just waiting, like always.
Okay.
Pretty boring, pretty annoying.
When is there, well...
I mean, the court date is supposed to be May... Well, the next thing that absolutely has to happen, where something absolutely has to happen, is May 10th, or no, May 12th, I think, is our pre-trial call or whatever meeting, where us and the court all have to get together and, I guess, I don't know, tell each other we're for sure going to trial in 5 days or something. But I don't know what that means, because there's no way we're doing trial without party depots and without anything. So I'm either waiting for the judge right now to approve our motion for summary judgment, or I'm waiting for him to open discovery again so that they can go depose Molina, and then we can depose me and Pixie. Which
How would that... I am curious about this. The spousal privilege, how would that even work?
Or you can just say you have spousal privilege, not do a deposition if you wanted to.
Okay.
Which I imagine she would do. Like if she was going to cooperate with them, I feel like she would have just done it for free or whatever, right? Instead of having to make them go through all the paperwork and everything. So my guess is she wants nothing to do with any of this. But this is just more ways that they can kind of slow everything down and bog everything up. Yeah.
That's frustrating.
Yeah.
How many pages do you think this manifesto will be when it's all said and done?
I mean, it depends
Let's just
on
say it's
what
all
page
wrapped
is.
up. It's wrapped up today. Done.
It'll be
Case dismissed.
the longest one I've done so far, for sure.
How long do you think it'll take you to do it all, to write it all, to get the?
To like actually like sit down and really do everything, assuming I was doing it like 8 hours a day, my guess would be about a week or less. I can churn out a lot if I sit down and like.
So there's like 40 hours of shit here to go through.
There's a ton of. There's so much stuff. Yeah.
There's. Do you have clever names for the chapters?
I'll make sure the presentation is nice. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, Mr. Girls was fake long because he just like included a billion chat logs. That's cheating a little bit.
Sure.
All right. Well, I feel like I've kept you here as long as I possibly can. A thankless job that no one else really appreciates.
Don't worry, the chat appreciates you, Dan.
I don't think so. I read those YouTube comments. I know how they really feel. So
those are just the YouTubers. Okay.
It is. It makes me not want to read another YouTube comment again. That's some crazy shit in there, bro.
The Palestinian dudes are really on the internet. They're really.
Why are they on your channel?
They go
Why
everywhere,
are they on
bro.
your channel?
They get the call and they got to go out and.
I don't understand. It's like I've been watching Destiny for years. Why doesn't he kill Dan Salt? It's like, bro, what the fuck? What is happening? Where do these people come from? Instantly. Persec, you have a child with Merc. Go take care of your child. Stop chatting in DGG. I just don't know where they came from. Okay, that's it. It was crazy.
What do you want me to say? It's not good.
Well, at least they hate you through proxy, through me. That's all I'm gonna say. Okay.
Yeah, true.
It's just so.
Go talk to Netanyahu and tell him to chill on things, you know.
Who upvotes shit? Who comments on YouTube videos? What weird people do this? Like,
the
I feel
ones
like
that
I've
hate you,
commented
the most anti-Semitic ones.
It's just like, god damn, bro. I will say, Israel sucks with their social media strategy. They have none.
Oh, that's the only criticism you have of them. It's their social media strategy.
I didn't say it was my only criticism.
That's what I heard. That's what I heard.
Immediate.
That's what everyone in chat heard.
So you misheard.
Is that how you characterize it?
Well, I didn't say the word only.
Interesting.
Okay. Well, if they were actually doing that $7,000 check shit, I feel like, some of this stuff would be a little bit less crazy out there. They need to get their. I guess they need the money. I don't know. I can't really hate them. Just come on, throw some dollars around, Israel. What the fuck? Oh,
Oh, you're not getting your $7,000 a month check or whatever?
Dude, if there's been people who've been getting paid for years, months, anything, I'm gonna be pissed. That's unbelievable that people, because I guarantee it's gonna be some stupid shit like the tenant media, people putting out videos to like 800 viewers, getting $7,000 a month. And it's like, okay, really, this is what we're dropping dimes on? This shit? I'm out here making interactive video games about anti-Semitism. They're getting memes made of them, and I'm not getting a dollar. Israel, they suck. They're not supporting their artists, their creators. Where is the arts endowment from Israel?
It's called Hollywood. Got him. What? Problem?
No, it's okay. I have a feeling.
Yeah?
I have a feeling that 90s clothing is going to come back in style, and that means that is so big because I really like wearing baggy pants as opposed to like super tight pants. It's just like the sooner we go back, it's just, oh man, it already has your late. Oh, look at all the hipsters in chat. Like, how mad are you guys when your indie bands start playing for FIFA in the video games, huh? I bet you get mad as shit. Bust out my Jinko jeans? I will. I used to have a pair. You weren't a real millennial if you didn't have a pair.
What are Jinko jeans?
They're the best jeans ever. JNCO.
Okay. Take your word for it.
You've never seen them, really?
I probably have. If you're saying they're the best ever, I just don't know their name.
They're a little much. I'm gonna be honest. Like, they're not the best ever, actually.
Okay.
It was way too much. Actually, I'm gonna revise my previous statement. That was at the moment it felt like a good idea, but in reality, not very practical and difficult to manipulate yourself with. And it was just a lot of weight. Like, you know, it was like wearing parachutes on your pants. It was too much, and it was thick denim. It was good quality though. It was good quality. I think I bought my pair at Pacific Sun. I believe that's the name of the store.
Okay, it's a pretty quick walk back, but take your word for it.
Yeah, you know, not that big. That was too big. I'll take take half that. I might have a picture of me wearing that somewhere. Unironically, Jinko jeans are $100 at vintage stores now. Well, yeah, because it probably uses 15 meters of fabric of denim.
Yeah, cool. Well,
did you see that calculator I made?
No. Why is it sick?
Well, I don't know. I was curious if it was useful to you.
Oh, I haven't looked at it in depth yet, but
I spent like 2 hours trying to reverse engineer that shit. I think I have it. I think you're actually probably more correct with how you assume things work than mine. I think there's only like a 10% multiplier based on
China has no clue what we're talking about, so now they're gonna hate you.
I'm keeping it that way because they've been mean to me.
Good.
Now they don't get to know.
True. Okay, base. I love you. Be careful.
All right. About
toast.
A couple minutes from ending it for the night.
Oh, this guy.
There we go. We got this all going now. Everybody can get through
like
playing.
Play, yeah. This guy's.
Oh, let's. I'll let the last guy turn everything off on his way out the door.
Hell yeah. Mm-hmm. It's rare.
Man, I love this part. This mod that lets me like go around the capsules and stuff. It's so immersive. Turn off our lights.
That's how you're trying to be a little bit, or like how you are a little bit, yeah. Hell yeah. That can traumatize you for sure. Sorry. Get it.
It's on. Damn.
Wow.
Valentina's fucking.
Oh yeah, my
stoked.
dad passed too.
Get our data transferred here. Nope, I'm gonna have to even Bob take the data.
What a concept.
I said, yep. What a concept. I could use a little fuel myself, and we could all use a little change.
The Nightmare Son.
Ooh, fuck.
He's like, what? You can do that? Wow, that's a different mindset. Oh, then it was gone again. Oh shit. What is this creepy crawly place? They're like little creatures.
No way. That's
Whoa.
fucking dumb.
I'm gonna follow it.
That's so annoying. All right, let's do dailies real quick.
Okay, we don't. Okay. Hopefully they don't hunt me. Other people. I feel like I hear noises. Oh. Oh shit. Yeah, hopefully I'll be fine. Hopefully people don't.
Should we go by promos that could have done better? I'm not sure. I had to think about that.
Oh shit. Oh, I hate those and the spiders.
The first Transformers? Really? Oh. Oh yeah, I hadn't seen it, but I remember it was called Transformers One. I was like, really? First Transformers movie?
I'm like full up on stuff now. This is great. No.
Nice.
All right. What? Thanks. Oh. The rolling ball on the floor.
What?
Is that a comment?
Last time I played a trailer and I got dinged by YouTube, but I have to check this out. I'll watch that after. All right, I'll check it out.
What? What do you mean? Oh! I just got here! Oh my god. Oh, that's okay. Big old bitch. Right. Yeah, there's probably some quests or something. Yeah. Yikes. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna open this. Oh, okay. I'm so full up.
There it is. Oh, nice. That sounds like a good cast.
Go. Oh no.
Second half of string of drink names? What's Stormy?
No. Oh, I went through the stairs. What stairs?
What about
Oh,
Tan?
thank you.
I don't drink a lot, so like I have no idea what these are. What these two would be.
Okay.
Dark and Stormy. Okay, what's the other one?
Get rid of some stuff. Should I get pop triggers or oil? I don't think so. Maybe we can leave because I'm full up.
Sydney
But they
Town
shouldn't
Hall.
want to hurt us. Yeah.
1944.
Like they could literally just get all the stuff on their own. Yeah. Because there's no motivation here. So it's all about loot.
And ginger beer, black and tan. I don't know what that is. With City Hall.
Yeah.
Right
How do they
here.
know if we have good tastes?
Yo! That's fucking right. How about that, motherfuckers? Oh! Perfect score! Let's go.
I can't see.
Don't ever call it black and tan in Ireland. Oh, is that... Oh, half and half? Okay.
Oh, dang. Thank you. It was fun. 3, 2, 1.
Give me a year here. Come on.
Yay!
Alright, we know it's in Italy.
Hope we make it alive. Okay. Okay. We're done. We did the thing. With these stuff.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. We'll just
What'd that
say,
mean?
like, Rome, because we
What'd
don't
that
know.
mean?
Looks like the 20s, maybe?
We don't want to go down there?
28.
Mhm.
Oh, Bucharest? Damn. Damn.
Oh, wow.
Okay. London.
Uh-oh.
What's the year, though? Oh, is it London? Or was just his shirt say London? Oh no, this does not look like
close.
London. Vista. I don't know. Maybe
Okay.
it is. Can't tell. It's definitely white people. Is anybody filming with a phone? Yeah. Those are phones or are those cameras? No, they're phones. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But not very new phones, I don't
Let's see
think.
that.
Farmacia. Uh-oh. This better not be Buenos Aires.
As well.
Festa. That's Italian.
No, slow down. Oh,
Latin-based
God
language.
damn
That's
it.
probably look like Italian.
So
Yeah.
close to R. Oh, damn.
So dumb.
Why don't you go over and suck their dicks if you like them so much?
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank
Okay.
you.
Where is this? Show me a jersey somewhere. Come on, give me one. There's not one person in all these people wearing a soccer jersey. What kind of bullshit is that? Oh, jeez. I really hope this isn't Argentina. I'm gonna be real embarrassed.
I don't think so.
Because it looks kind of like Argentina. Which means it could be Barcelona.
Return. So much stuff.
Here. Oh, jeez. Oh, yeah! Woo! How about your boy?
What did you do? I couldn't see.
That is what I call fucking knowing what places look like. Oh, hey, thank you, baby.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Quite a mess. Feeling crummy. And the backpack, thank you. I got
Oh, no. Cyprus. Cool.
Round feedback. That was pretty good.
It's gotta be
Nothing.
like in Nicosia.
Okay, bye.
And when was that? Like 70s, 80s?
Scrappy, you always come through.
64.
Okay.
Damn it.
I can make the refiner.
So funny, Daniel. Oh no. What the fuck is this, dude? What am I supposed to do with this? Is that the Capitol? Is that like Calvin Coolidge or something? It's gotta be the Capitol because there's black people, so it has to be America. It looks like it's the Capitol.
Blasphemy.
Right? Like over here.
Ah, I'm still poor.
In what? Like the 20s?
I don't know what to
These people
recycle.
are all dead is the interesting thing. Every single person in this picture. 22. Oh yeah!
Okay.
Oh yeah, neighborhoody?
I can't recycle anything for some
Oh
reason.
yeah, neighborhoody? Scoreboard, dog.
I just write
Scoreboard. Okay? Okay. Not my best because of the fucking because the Cyprus one I was way off on the year. That screwed me. And this one was far, but not far enough to really fuck up my score. I only lost like 2,000 something on that, but the year on the Cyprus one really fucked me.
Now it lets me.
But I got one perfect score and like a couple other very impressive things.
Yay!
I'd say it was a pretty good
What up?
daily, Sneaka. You want to come and say goodnight to everyone? Oh my goodness, Muffin. Come here. Come here. Let's say goodnight to everyone. Mika, you too. Come here. Come here, Mika. Okay, everybody coming to say goodnight. Mika, up here. Up. That's a girl. That's a girl. Be nice. Leave Muffin alone. Let her have her time. Mwah. All right, everybody. What? You redeemed it. She was already here. All right, guys. It's been fun. I will see you all on Monday. We'll see you all on Monday. Monday is the next time I will see you. And I will have a brand new, amazing healthcare plan for everybody and the full Epstein files on Monday.